Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Show the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. Luckiest stars, everyone to us.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
I can say Ghana will win, but other teams are also preparing.
I know, right?
Yeah, so it's a tough one.
Yeah.
And I believe when we do our things right, prepare the mindset of the players must have a winning mentality.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. Today, I'm at the Savannah region with John Pencil. He's here actually to scout for local players for his, he's scouting for talent for his team, and he's going to tell us all about it and some issues in the sports fraternity. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's glad to see you in person.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So tell us about your program, scouting for talent for your team. How many people are you looking at? Are you looking for, like, is it just going to be in the Savannah region or you're going to travel to the other 16 regions?
I think, thanks for your question. It's a program that I've started since 2020.
Okay.
Say 3 years now. Yeah. And I started it from Georgia, Volta region, and I did 1, 2 at Fajatu South and also Sogakope, and then I did 1 at Pando. So last year I was here. This program that we are seeing today is a program that PBA, Bui Power Authority, come together with John Pencil Football Club, John Pencil Football Academy, to enhance their hands, to support the young players, give them freedom. Because looking at this place, some players think that looking at John Pencil, looking at Mike Essien, Sule Muntari, John Mensah, Asamoah, how did they make it? And they feel like they are so far from us.
Yeah.
And that brings my mind to remember that I was also scout and then picked from Brekum. And when I was playing for Brekum Arsenals.
Oh, okay.
By, may he so rest in peace, Coach Ike Afrani.
Okay.
So he was doing more of a scouting. That's where I was discovered. Muntari was discovered at the same time.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, so myself and Muntari used to play for the school interregionals. We were playing Bolga. Then we were discovered. So the first phase was to play for Ghana Academicals.
So until you go out to scout, you will not get the talent. There are a lot of talent out there, you people.
There's a lot of talent players hidden somewhere. There's
yeah.
a lot of Asamoahs, a lot of John Painto, a lot of John Mensah, Marquesian, hidden somewhere.
I can even say even more.
More.
Better.
So the more you scout, the more you get the quality.
Discover them,
For me, I don't believe in quantity, but I believe in quality. So when I go close to BPA, Bui Power Authority, the CEO was the one that I worked with him previously when I did my first one in Georgia. He was then a member of Parliament, a minister for chieftaincy. So I went to do that, and then he helped many players to travel, to come to Accra, and most of them have also get the opportunity to play the big clubs in Accra.
Oh, that's nice.
And some have also traveled, and then they are back. So when he became the CEO for Bui Power Authority, he also said, I mean, since he's the CEO here, he wants to also give back to the community, the society. So we had that program. First program was last year, and it's a program that we're going to do every year. So we played a community cup, 16 community teams, and then we played the final. So there's a donation, footballs, jerseys, medals. So at the end of the day, we'll pick the Fantastic Five that will join John Painting football team.
Out of the 3 years scout?
No, every year we pick 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every year we pick five.
Mr. Speaker, I sympathize with my very good friend and honorable colleague, Honorable Kojo Okonkwo. It's a very difficult job. Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that you are as good as a budget. And if the budget that has been presented is empty, you can't force magic out of Kojo Okonkwo. And so I sympathize with you. But Mr. Speaker, I can count about 20-23 members on the other side. And this is their budget. If they are not interested, they should tell us to stop. Why are they not here? Mr. Speaker, the minister attempted to tell the people of Ghana that we should be celebrating a projected GDP of 1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, have you delivered 1 billion GDP? 1 trillion, yes. Have you delivered any 1 trillion GDP? It is just a promise. And if we were to follow your promises, go to Adoso Okai and Abba. Mr. Speaker, you are asking us to celebrate. Go and ask the Eurobond holders all the sweet and juicy things you told them about how you Ghana, and they gave you the money. Today you are telling them you can't pay. As a matter of fact, in one of those circumstances, in 2019 when they came to eat the kenke and fish, they had told the investor that Ghana will be producing 500,000 barrels of crude oil by 2020. We are in 2023. Have you even achieved 150,000 barrels? So, after you and promises, if we follow you, go and ask the NAPO beneficiaries. 70,000 of them have now joined what they call the Unemployed Youth Alliance. So, this 1 billion is a roof. 1 trillion, anyway. 1 trillion is a roof. But Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this 1 trillion is difficult to even understand. You said that you are going to grow your GDP from 850 billion to 1050 billion, a trillion Ghana cedis. That is about 22% growth in your GDP. Then you said that you reduce your inflation from 35 to 15%. That is a gain of about 20% improvement in real numbers. What that also means is that your GDP is influenced by output and volume and not price. And yet when you put that together, your economy should be growing in real terms close to 20% to get that number. And when we ask you, what is the real growth? You say 2.8. Why are you cooking this? Even when you are cooking the number, you are not smart enough.
Something must be wrong.
I mean, this is voodoo.
Something is wrong somewhere.
But Mr. Speaker, since when did we use nominal GDP to assess the performance of an economy? That was done in the medieval time, the Stone Age. That was where we didn't know quantitative economics, inflation, and deflate inflation. In the 21st century, you are still calculating GDP and assessing your economic performance on the basis of what we call it, nominal GDP. That must tell you that something is wrong. The economy is in trouble. But Mr. Speaker, the minister was at pains to explain that this is an improvement over a GDP of 219 billion by His Excellency Dr. Mahama. Mr. Speaker, which one will you prefer? A GDP of 209 billion, where you go and buy 1 gallon of fuel or petrol for 16 cedis, and an economy of 1 trillion when you go and buy 1 liter of 24 Ghana cedis. Which one will you prefer? Will you prefer Dr. Mohammed's economy, where you were drinking your calico for 50 pesos, to your 1 trillion where you will now be buying that calico for 6 cedis? Which one will you prefer? Which one will you prefer? A 219 billion economy in which you will buy an olonka of kokunde for the poor at 112 cedis, or 1 trillion where you buy olonka of kokunde for 500 Ghana cedis. So you must understand that economy is about livelihoods. It's about real growth, and the earlier you understand that, the better. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked about revenue, and here again they are putting the numbers. You said that you are going to achieve a revenue target at the end of the year of 133 billion, and that is 15.7% of your GDP. But you will grow that revenue by about 1.1% to give you 16.8% of GDP. That 1.1 is about 11 billion. Mr. Speaker, when you add 11 to 133 billion, you get 144 billion. So where did you pluck that 176 billion from? That 176 that you have used to calculate your expenditure, where did you get it from? So clearly, you have inflated your revenue by over 40 billion so that you can now project an expenditure of 226 billion.
So you can have 40 billion pushing for reckless expenditure in an election year. That is all that you have done. But Mr. Speaker, the minister said that they have impacted Ghanaians positively, all households. Mr. Speaker, it's true that they have impacted all households. But Mr. Speaker, we all know that
Honorable Randek, hold on. Let me cede the chair to the Right Honorable Speaker. So you've already spent almost 6 minutes. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Member, you may continue. The minister told us that they have impacted every household positively.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that they have impacted every household, but I disagree that it is positive. They have, as a matter of fact, impacted our household negatively. I don't get the right word to even explain. Tell the minister he impacted us negatively when he registered growth of 0.4% and therefore kept a lot of people at home. When last year he is projecting to grow at 23%, and even next year he is still projecting to grow at 2.8%. Mr. Speaker, where will our people make the income? Where will our people find the jobs? That is a negative impact. But Mr. Speaker, he impacted us negatively when inflation was 54%. He impacted us negatively when the depreciation of the cedi was 54%. He impacted us negatively when he introduced 32 new taxes from 2017. 32. You came and told us moving from taxation to production. Not knowing you were arming yourself to come and kill us. 32 new taxes, an adjustment of old taxes, introduction of other levies, all amount to about 32 of them from 2017. That is how badly you have impacted us. But Mr. Speaker, as a result of this, His Excellency John Dramani Mohammed's 4-year term, the total revenue he took from people of Ghana was just 65 billion. You have taken 344 billion from the people's pocket, and you say you have impacted them positively. Mr. Speaker, you have taken an additional amount of 279 billion from the poor people in Ghana. You still remember e-levy. They said e-levy was going to be the Akuban of the world. Now where have you reached? Where have you reached? You said that with e-levy you create U-Stop job. Today U-Stop is U-Stop. Mr. Speaker, they impacted us negatively when for 3 years consecutively they registered double-digit deficit. 15% in 2020, 12.1% in 2021, and 11.8% in 2022. That is disastrous economic management. Mr. Speaker, they impacted us negatively, drove our debt into unsustainable levels. They impacted us negatively when all rating agencies gathered around to embarrass Ghana by rating us at double triple C. As a matter of fact, in recent times, we have been rated RD. RD means that you are rated default. You can't pay. Mr. Speaker, when we are trying to find solutions to deal with the economy when they leave office, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is proposing a 24-hour economy. I want somebody who has disappointed the people of Ghana. Somebody who said one village, one dam, and went and dug gutters and dug out. Somebody who said one district, one factory, and built ground. Somebody who said 1 million per constituency, and for 7 years I'm still waiting for even $1 million. He says that John Mahama does not understand the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Dr. Bawumia learned economics at O-level. Dr. Bawumia learned economics at A-level. He went to university and learned economics first degree. Did economics again at master's level and did economics at PhD. Went all the way to Zimbabwe to be a consultant to Robert Mugabe. We all know what happened there. Inflation was over 1,000%. Mr. Speaker, he came back to Ghana. And was the deputy governor of the central bank, where there are formulas for calculating the depreciation of a currency. But Dr. Bawumia refused that depreciation formula and used the rate of change to calculate Ghana's depreciation and go 240%. Mr. Speaker, no currency can depreciate up to 100%. If you depreciate up to 100%, it means that you have shed your entire value and you seem to be a legal tender. But he carried that money to Malata market to go and buy onions and pepper. When he came back, before we realized he had drawn a calculator and was calculating inflation. Mr. Speaker, he even added cement, who was not part of the goods and services. In fact, some of the goods and services that are used to calculate inflation are not even available in the Malata market. So was he calculating Malata inflation or Ghana's inflation? Mr. Speaker, this man, after almost 30 years experience in economics, this is the economy has left us. How will you understand 24-hour economy? How will such a person understand 24-hour economy? When you are since abandoning the economy and digitalization, please, we want people who understand this matter to assist us find a solution to the problems of our economy. Mr. Speaker, you remember that last year, I was very quick to compare my big brother, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to Harry Maguire. Mr. Speaker, I now apologize to Harry Maguire. Mr. Honorable Chairman, sir, you got very angry when I used your defender as an example. Today, Maguire has turned the corner as a transformational footballer. Harry Maguire is now scoring goals for Manchester United. Mr. Speaker, Harry Maguire is now a key player for Manchester United. And for our Maguire, He is now roaming at the IMF with a cup in hand. As for our Maguire, the economic Maguire now was able to get pensioners to leave their homes and come and parade in the streets.
Honorable member, just a minute. I can see some agitations in the front bench of the majority. Yes. Just a minute. I'm aware you agreed to, as much as possible, reduce point of orders. It doesn't necessarily mean that there will not be point of order. So let me listen to him to know whether it's a point of order or something else. Yes, just hold on. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rose on a point of relevance.
Mr. Speaker, what is before us is the budget. What is before us is the budget. And we are not here to debate Dr. Bawumia and Mr. Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker, I only felt that since we have agreed to have a very decent debate, based on which, Mr. Speaker, we had a post-budget workshop, and you entreated us to pay attention to the details and anchor our submissions on the details. So, Mr. Speaker, I only felt I should bring this to your attention so that our respected colleague would concentrate on the real issues rather than personalizing the matters and making, Mr. Speaker, if we look at Order 935, Mr. Speaker, Order 935, a very profound guidance is given to us that it shall be out of order to attempt to. Mr. Speaker, please. 935, please, take it easy. The conduct of, Mr. Speaker, members, chief judges and judges of the Superior Court shall not be raised except upon the substantive motion and in any amendment, question, or to a member or remarks in a debate or on a motion dealing with any other subject matter. Any reference to the conduct of persons mentioned shall be out of order. Mr. Speaker, in his submission, he is talking about the conduct of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this where, Mr. Speaker, if you may want to patiently listen, because I've quoted the order and I'm making reference to the very things that you said about him. Mr. Speaker, I have made my point and I'll rest it there.
Honorable member, you've not raised any relevant point of order. You yourself read the standing order, and the standing order is very clear. It has mentioned some specific office holders. Mr. Speaker, members, what refers to members of Parliament, the Chief Justice, and judges of the Superior Court of Judicature. There is no mention of any holder of Vice President. And so the Vice President is not covered in this matter. The honorable member was not talking just about conduct. He was linking it to the economy. And the economy is a major area in this budget. And I listened to the motion, the person who seconded, the Minister for Information. I listened to him very carefully. He was very civil. He put across his point succinctly. And the response is coming from the other side. May we listen to each other. I expect the majority, who have a limping majority leader, limping because when you look at his back, you are less than those in front of you. You have a lame duck president. A lame duck because you have elected a flag bearer. And loyalty and commitments are shifting. So your president is now lame duck president. You need this side of the house to support you to finish your 8 years. And so if you don't behave well, we have a difficulty in proceeding as a nation. Please, I expect you to cooperate.
I will not allow them to bully you. That one, you will get sufficient time to put across your case. I will not allow them to interject and disrupt your debate, please. So let's respect each other, let's listen to each other. And at the end of the day, if there is any issue in terms of decency of language and the rest, I will personally intervene and object to it. Please, Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was making the point that over 7 years you have impacted our lives negatively. In fact, it would have been better if you had left our life the way it was in this city. Mr. Speaker, you impacted our lives negatively. When you were locked out of the capital market, when for the first time, people who want to lend money on the capital market abroad, when they hear Ghana's name, they are hiding their money. Because when we take it, we don't pay. That is what you did to us. You impacted us negatively. Mr. Speaker, you hurt our economy when you collapsed the Bank of Ghana with a printing of money worth over 80 billion as reported in this audited account. Mr. Speaker, when Bank of Ghana itself that is chasing people for recapitalization, you run that Bank of Ghana into a negative net worth of 54 billion, now requiring recapitalization themselves. Mr. Speaker, you collapsed Bank of Ghana, said that Bank of Ghana today is policy insolvent. When they say a central bank is policy insolvent, it means that that central bank cannot undertake monetary action without printing money, which is exactly what has brought us to where we are. So it must take more poison and destroy us to be able to be a Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, you impacted us negatively when you collapsed 422 financial institutions and locked up people's monies. Today, people still cannot get their monies back. Mr. Speaker, you impacted us negatively when you moved 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty. The Living Standard Survey show that 850,000 Ghanaians have now crossed the low poverty line and they are now into outer poverty.
You should be concluding.
Mr. Speaker, I have 20 minutes. Mr. Speaker,
I am aware, and I was told the minutes he spent before I took over. And so I'm calculating that he spent 6 minutes.
We used a minute in the transition, and then he used a few minutes in raising the point of order. I have calculated all that. Please, his is 20 minutes. You want me to mention the minutes he has used now? You are using more minutes, bro.
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that came on the promise of moving from taxation to production. The man who went around delivering lectures on how to move the economy from taxation to production, now if you want to mention his name in relation to the same thing, then let's get up on point of order. Mr. Speaker, 32 new taxes, all taxes, and adjusted tax fees and charges since they came into power in 2017. Is that how you move from taxation to production? Mr. Speaker, they have extended the fiscal, the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy until it was converted into what they call the Growth and Sustainability Levy. Mr. Speaker, they have introduced sanitation levy. They have introduced e-levy of all taxes. Mr. Speaker, they have introduced banking sector cleanup levy. Mr. Mr. Speaker, they have introduced COVID leave. Mr. Speaker, even the people that they cannot get jobs for, the youth that are unemployed, when they decide to now bet and get some money, that one too, they don't pay, they take their money. Mr. Speaker, what else haven't they taxed? What else haven't we taxed? I'm just hoping that one day we'll not get up and we'll introduce a bill to tax our air. When that happens, we'll be gone. But Mr. Speaker, we know in NDC that John Dramani Mahama will inherit a very, very difficult economy. But if there's anybody, after having undertaken these naive experiments, Ghanaians are not ready for any experiment anymore. Ghanaians are ready for an experienced, capable, humble, and a strong man who can deliver the people out there. And in 2024, His Excellency will bring back John Dramani Mahama and save the people of Ghana from this disastrous economic management. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end on a note that today our finance minister and the president, when they travel out, they are not going for economic diplomacy. They are going to beg our bilateral creditors, please, we can't pay. He's not here. Please, we can't pay. That's why he's not here. He's roaming in Germany now. And yet, he's getting back. Unfortunately, they say they want to break the 8. These are Konongo Kaya people. Mr. Speaker, to wit, these are the proverbial lazy headquarter in Konongo. He won't carry the load. You will also get away for somebody to carry the load. And Ghanaians are starting with the bed. Whether you like it or not, we will move the mountain and John Mahama will come back. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Honorable members, from the list before me is the time of the Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Abina Osei Asare.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend my brother on the other side that this speech is more on the political platform than a budget debate. So take note of that. Mr. Speaker, you know, when we speak without making reference to current global trends, we are only trying to be deceptive. Former President Mahama goes outside of this country, makes speeches and acknowledges the impact of COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukraine war. Here are his people here refusing to acknowledge that. Refusing to acknowledge that. So you don't go out taking numbers without making reference to the current global situation. When you do that, it means you are out of touch with reality, and that shouldn't be the case. Mr. Speaker, let me go to my submission.
Honorable members, please. Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and also thank you for the support we have enjoyed from you in implementing the 2023 budget. It also goes to the people of Ghana for your immense support throughout the implementation of the 2023 budget. And this has helped the economy recover. Mr. Speaker, it is our hope that we will continue to entrench the recovery process, leading to stability and growth in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, let me take you back to 2016. In 2016, amidst favorable global trends, with a barrel of oil priced at a modest $43 per barrel, that the government of 2016 disappointedly achieved a mere 3.4% growth rate. Regrettably, the fiscal discipline was cast aside in favor of elections. The siren call of electoral enticement led to the disregard of prudent financial management. The IMF program was derailed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in their own budget, 2016 budget, paragraph 24, page 8, it said that the projected growth at 4.5%. What did we see in 2016? A mere 3.4%. They projected inflation at 7.3%, and what did we see? 15.4%. Without any issue with COVID, the Russian-Ukraine war, or the current trend in which we find ourselves. This was what they did in an election year. But Mr. Speaker, however, in our 2024 budget, the government is resolute in breaking free from all election year encumbrances. A new trajectory is being charted, one marked by unwavering commitment of physical discipline. This commitment ensures that the seductions of elections no more hold on us. We won't divert from this path, Mr. Speaker, and we will progress diligently to forge ahead to make sure this journey that we find ourselves on, we will complete. Mr. Speaker, in our mid-year budget review, when we boldly declared that we had turned the corner and announced that we were witnessing some positive macroeconomic variables, our counterparts on the other side dismissed it as mere rhetorics. However, the tangible results are here for all to see. Let me take us through. Mr. Speaker, inflation in December 2022 was 54.1%. As we speak, inflation is 35.2% in October. Mr. Speaker, globally, for a country like Ghana, they have projected an inflation rate of 42.2% for us. But here we are in October. And we have done so well. We have brought it from 54.1% to 35.2%. It means the policies that we put in place in 2023 are working. Mr. Speaker, despite a 1.5 projected growth rate, my brother here was talking about a mere 1.5 projected growth rate. Every country that goes into a debt exchange program suffers for it. And so at 1.5, what did we even see? At 1.5, the actual growth rate is 3.2% over the 2 quarters, Mr. Speaker. And so we are making progress. But Mr. Speaker, globally, for a country like Ghana, it is projected that we will grow at 2.9%. But we have gone over and above, and currently 3.2% is the growth rate. Mr. Speaker, before we embarked on the debt exchange, Treasury bill rates were very high, above 35%. Currently, as we speak, Treasury bill rates are between 25% and 27.6%. This is why we say we have turned the corner and we will continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, last year we saw how erratic the exchange rate regime was. But today, as we speak, from February to date, the cedi against its major trading currencies have depreciated by just 6.4%. Clearly tells you that the PC peg and the measures that we have put in place is really working, Mr. Speaker. As my brother on the other side was saying, they are not empty promises. These are results that you see. These are results that you can feel. And so they are not empty promises, but rather deliberate actions, Mr. Speaker, deliberate actions and a steadfast dedication to make sure we get the economy back on track and also stabilize it and cause some growth, which we know in the end will result in wealth creation and employment for our teeming youth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me go to the IMF program. In 2016, which was an election year, what did we see our brothers on the other side do, our brothers and our sisters on the other side do? Their program was derailed because of election spending. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the 2016 and 2017 reports, budget reports, the 2017 report showed the actual damage that they did to this economy as a result of election spending. Mr. Speaker, they told Ghanaians they were going to raise a revenue of about 37.8 billion. They ended up raising revenue of about 33.6 billion. And in the end, they told Ghanaians that they were going to do an expenditure of 43 billion. But what did we see them do? Because of elections and then wanting to win the election, they spent a whopping 51.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, they also budgeted that their deficit was going to be around 6 billion. What did we see in the end? the deficit rose to about 17.9 billion, Mr. Speaker. It's all in the 2017 report. This is not something that I am saying. It is data and records that you can find in Appendix 2C of the 2017 report, Mr. Speaker. But we, moving forward, Mr. Speaker, we are resolute. We want to stick to the plan that we have. And we know that the plan that we have will help us recover the economy, stabilize it, and also promote growth. Let me go back to the IMF program, Mr. Speaker. With the IMF program, we had our first review on October 6th. Mr. Speaker, through all the processes, the structural benchmarks, the quantitative measures, and the prior actions, except the one on IPPs, we were able to go through it successfully. And as a result of that, we are very hopeful that the next tranche of $600 million will come in to support our balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, 2024 is an election year. It is an election year, and we have prepared adequately for that. Why I say we have prepared adequately for that is that we know that we need to continue to fund our infrastructure gap. And so, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in our history, we have a medium-term revenue strategy. This medium-term revenue strategy charts a path, a roadmap for domestic revenue mobilization. And from this strategy, we came out with the measures for the 2024 report. We are and we are hoping that this will raise about 0.9% of revenue for us, of GDP of revenue for us in 2024. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are not just spending, but we are making sure that we come up with policies and measures that one will help us spend within our means. Mr. Speaker, as part of the revenue measures, what we are bringing to bear is that we want to introduce some reforms in the VAT area to make it one simple and enhance compliance, as well as foster a business-friendly environment. Mr. Speaker, this is what we want to do. In as much as we also want to raise revenue to support the expenditure that we have, government is also looking at supporting the local industry. And so government is giving out certain reliefs to the local industry. Mr. Speaker, one, government is extending the VAT, the zero rating of VAT to the suppliers of manufactured African prints and also locally assembled vehicles for the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, that is not the only relief government is giving to support the local industry. Government is also going to bring the LI 2255 to Parliament to amend it such that our pharmaceutical products, certain active ingredients in our pharmaceutical products can also be exempted from paying taxes. Mr. Speaker, lastly, this thing has been on the table. I mean, a lot of Ghanaians are talking about it, and it has to do with the taxes on sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, government and other stakeholders met with these local manufacturers of sanitary pads, Fatex and Sanda, and through our engagement, government has also extended the zero-rated VAT as well as removal of import duties on raw materials used for manufacturing of sanitary towels. Mr. Speaker, we know that once we have done this, it will also reflect in the prices of sanitary pads in this country. And not just that, Mr. Speaker, not just that. We also know that it will address a vital aspect of public health and gender equality. So, Mr. Speaker, we have heeded to your voice. We have heeded to the voice of the people of Ghana. And for that, we are grateful for the support. Mr. Speaker, when you come to our expenditure, in the past, like I said earlier, governments have used election year as auctioning periods, engaging in all kinds of projects to win votes. But this government is committing itself to strong fiscal consolidation and efficient management of existing commitments in order not to derail the hard-won stability that we are witnessing. Mr. Speaker, as part of this commitment, government is not initiating new commercial loan-funded projects. And so when you check Appendix 10C, where we usually have commercial loan-funded projects, that place is blank. This tells you government is really committed to living within its means. Not just that, Mr. Speaker, government has also put in the budget an amount of money to clear the arrears so that we can complete existing projects. So that we do not add on, but already what we have, we can complete and then hand over to the various communities. And so with this, government is also saying that once it is restraining itself from adding on commercial loans, we expect SOEs to also do same. Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that, coupled with the revenues that we are going to raise and the efficient management of our expenditure, we will be able to bring our debt to GDP levels to about 55% in 5 years, as well as our revenue to debt servicing to 18%. 18%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, as part of our commitment to defy the temptations of elections in 2020.
Honorable Deputy Minister, you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as part of that, we are also, like Honorable Kojo Opon said, we are projecting a positive primary balance. And so clearly, whenever we have to pay our interest, we are not paying from a deficit position, but rather we are paying from a positive position. And we believe that will go a long way to also help us. So overall, Mr. Speaker, the budget policy presented to this House highlights 1, fiscal consolidation, debt sustainability, efficient management of existing commitments, without allowing election to derail what we have. And we believe that, Mr. Speaker, it is our hope that this policy statement will be approved for government to implement all that it has to implement to allow our economy to grow by 2.8% of GDP, bring inflation down to 15%, build a gross international reserve of at least 3.5 months of import cover, and raise the needed revenue for development. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I urge the House to approve the policy statement of the 2024 Nkunim budget. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, we now listen to Honourable John Jinapor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, firstly, let me just deal with a factual inaccuracy. Because in this chamber, I do know that, Mr. Speaker, you encourage a lot of intellectual debate based on facts. You can have your different opinion, but you cannot have different sets of facts. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Minister, you said that you have a track record in election year expenditure. For the record, in 2016, go and read the updated data. The deficit was about 6%. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the IMF Ghana decision May 2023 document. I refer to page 36, table 2A. In 2020, under your regime, election year, your deficit was a whopping 17%. Wow. It has never happened, Mr. Speaker. And in that year, no country had that deficit of 17%. Wow. As if that is not enough, Mr. Speaker, 2021, overall balance deficit 12.1%. 2022, 11%. So you are doing double-digit deficits. 2020, 2021, 2022. And that deficit, when we say deficit, it simply means your revenue against your expenditure. When your expenditure is above your revenue, you get a deficit. You finance that deficit by borrowing. And by borrowing to finance that deficit, you accumulate your debt. That is why, Mr. Speaker, by 2022, our debt to GDP was 98.1%. This is their track record. This is their terminal report. Mr. Speaker, having dealt with the factual inaccuracy, let me come back to my real substantive debate. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here annual GDP. Unfortunately, now they've done almost 8 years. So you can compare NBC 8 years and MPP 8 years. And Mr. Speaker, I can table this document before the table office. I can even give a copy to the majority side. I make 3 copies.
from 2009 to 2024 annual GDP. If you strike the mean, which is the average is 5.4. I've then broken it down. If the majority leader wants one, this is another copy. From 2009 to 2016, 8 years of NDC, the average growth rate in terms of real growth, not nominal growth, was 6.475%. So it means that over the 8-year period, on average, we're growing the Ghanaian economy by 6.475%. Now I take MPP 2017 to 2004, and in the 2004, I use 2024, I use your own projection of 2.8. From our 6 point something, by the end of 2024, you'll be growing the economy on average by 4.3%. 4.3, and yet, Mr. Speaker, we handed over 3 oil fields to this government. We handed over extra levies to them. They've gotten over 20 billion from extra levies. But Mr. Speaker, like I said, this game and this debate is based on what? Facts. Now where we are, they want us to believe that they are in this mess and in this difficult moment because of what? COVID. Fortunately, Ghana is not an island. And I have decided that I'll use the minister's own budget to deal with the facts. Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 49, table 1, global economic growth rate. This is the minister's own document. Yes. He's provided Africa's growth rate on average from 2018 to 2024. He's even provided sub-Saharan Africa. Because when you take Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia can mask it. So normally you take sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Speaker, he himself has provided us countries to compare with. Ethiopia, in 2022, this is post-COVID, they grew by 6.4%. Rwanda, 8.2%. Kenya, 4.8%. Mauritius, 8.7%. Nigeria, 3.3%. Ivory Coast, 6.7%. Ghana, 3.1%. Mr. Speaker, if you take inflation, this is the minister's own document. Ethiopia, for 2022, 26%. South Africa, 6%. Rwanda, 13%. Kenya, 7.6%. Mauritius, 10%. Ghana, 31.1%. If you take consumer price index, they say, and yet, Mr. Speaker, gold is at an all-time high of 1,800 ounce from 1,200. During our time, it was 1,200. Today is $1,800. Cocoa beans was 2,000 during our time. Today is 3,200. Crude oil was 54 during our time. Today it is $84 per barrel. Mr. Speaker, and yet look at their outcome. Mr. Speaker, there's a popular saying that unto whom much is given, much is expected. Mr. Speaker, table 6. This is the budget. This is not my statement. Page 19. ECOWAS rationalized converging criteria. Budget deficits, we fail to achieve it. Inflation, we fail to achieve it. Gross external reserve, we fail to achieve it. Nominal exchange rate, we fail to achieve it. Public debt to GDP, we fail to achieve it. This is their record. And yet, you want to break the 8 with this lackluster performance? With this record, the minister tells us that he has turned the corner. You can only turn the corner into opposition with this kind of performance. You might have turned the corner that you have turned the corner suddenly into opposition. Mr. Speaker, this budget provides us with some very interesting information. He himself, the minister, says that cumulative depreciation has been 25.7%. If you want to measure how a government is doing well, the first thing is the rate of borrowing. When the minister came here and told us that he has turned the corner, he was borrowing at 18.5% as at March 2023. Today, having turned the corner, it has increased from 18 to 30%. Certainly, this corner has landed the car in a ditch. Mr. Speaker, if you want to look at an economy, it's not based on the nominal growth rate. Because inflation alone can just grow your economy. With the same goods and services, inflation can make it more expensive. Because when you value the final goods of goods and services, you might get a huge figure. So you look at where you call growth poles. That is how you measure an economy. So one, you look at the industrial sector. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 108, the industrial sector contracted, that is not growing, negative 2.2%. The manufacturing sector contracted negative 1.1%. Electricity, negative 0.7%. Construction, negative 8.9%. Water supply, negative 4.9%. These are this year figures. This year as we speak. And you tell us that you have turned the corner. And I refer to paragraph 108 and paragraph 110. Mr. Speaker, every statement I make in the budget, I will quote the paragraph. I refer to paragraph 115. Wow. Mr. Speaker, credit to the private sector determines your growth. Do you know what we are doing? No. Private to the private sector has decreased to 2.8% from 41%. Last year, credit to the private sector, 41%. This year, 2.8%. And you know why? Government is in the market borrowing at an astronomical rate. And that is where you lead to what you call crowding out of the private sector. When you crowd out the private sector, it leads to unemployment. No wonder today the unemployment rate is in double digit, Mr. Speaker. Our international reserves has reduced from 2.3 months of import cover to 2.7 of import cover. Mr. Speaker, certainly, Mr. Speaker, this cannot be a good story at all. Mr. Speaker, you cannot, and that is a fact. And I do recall that when President Akufo-Addo was campaigning, he said, when my government comes and we don't perform in 2024, do what? Put us out. Mr. Speaker, how can you superintend over a collapsed economy and ask for another 4 years? How can you superintend over an economy that has been declared as bankrupt in this same budget? The minister himself says that having triggered the non-payment for our Eurobond and other external debt, Ghana technically declared itself bankrupt. It's in the budget. How can you have the worst currency in Africa and still expect that we should vote for you? How can you collapse your own NAPCO, your own flagship program, trumpeted by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia? How can you collapse and expect that you should be brought back into power? Mr. Speaker, the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, promised the people of the Zongos that he cares for them and he cares about them. Wow. And that he will come with the Zongo Development Fund. And you put a seed money of 200 million. Beyond that, every year, you make available $50 million. Today, this budget, we can just check the figure for Zongo Development Fund. It's $1 million. Oh! As if that is not enough. As if that is not enough. The $1 million will be used solely for goods and services. Capital expenditure, zero. So the people in the Zongo, if you expect that you get even one block or one cement, what they are rather going to do is to buy ink, pen, photocopy, printing, tea, biscuit, chocolate, everything, and all those things. This is the true state of the Ghanaian economy. The head of the economic management team, we are not personalizing him at all. We are dealing with his competence. He has proven that he cannot handle this economy. That is his core duty, to manage the economy. Now he wants to turn himself into an IT man and talk about IT. No, we want you to deal with what? With the economy. But I have a message, Mr. Speaker. And this message for me means a lot. Mr. Speaker, I have a message for the ordinary Ghanaian whose investments has been wiped off from this toxic domestic debt exchange in the form of haircuts. Mr. Speaker, I have a message for the teacher who today cannot make ends meet. I have a message for the disappointed Aboso Kai trader who was told that
Honourable member, you have 2 minutes.
They will give them half price at the ports, and yet they are struggling. I have a message for the NAPCO employee who is sitting in the house and doing nothing. I have a message for you ordinary Ghanaians, the suffering masses of the ordinary Ghanaians, that in the coming year, in 2025, the 24-hour economy is coming to Ghana. The nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is coming back to power. Mr. Speaker, on this note, let me thank you for indulging me, and let me serve a caution that victory is certain, victory will come, the NDC is coming to power, and no amount of machination, no amount of cajoling, by the grace of the Almighty Allah, we must send these people to a position so that next time they have opportunity to serve Ghana, they won't take the ordinary Ghanaian for granted. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Dr. Stephen Amway.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this prestigious opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think if there's any house captioned as August House,
Honourable members, please.
If there's any house captioned as August House in Ghana, the Parliament House stands tall. And accordingly, we need to accord this house all the needed sincerity, honesty, truth, and make sure that we set good examples for those out there, those who gave us the mandate to serve them. So when we are here presenting all these pieces of information, we shouldn't forget about the fact that we have Allah Akbar, who is handling whatever we say, in spite of the political gains we want. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that my own brother, I respect most, Honorable John Jinopo, trying to say that they care for and about teachers. A social democratic fraternity that cancels the allowance of the poor teacher says that he cares about them. It is very interesting. Is it that they are toying with is it that they are joking with Ghanaians? Or they think politics, as they say, is all about communist inferior tactics and lies? Mr. Speaker, deceive Ghanaians always by saying that we have borrowed so much. I hold this document, 2016 financial budget statement, page 37, under Euro bonds, $1 billion, $1 billion, $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, dollars, not cedis, to be paid in 2028 and 2029. So they talk as if current debt portfolio is all about MPP government. Deception killed the youngest prophet in the Bible. And Ghanaians, I don't think 2024 Ghanaians prefer Okada policy to free education. It's not possible. How many of them will allow their child to drive Okada after school? And this is the attraction policy for Ghanaians. Ghanaians are there, they are watching and listening. We all know there's hardship, and it is global. Mr. Speaker, I don't want them to take me off what I want to do. NACO's functional life was 3 years. If they care to know, how many years have it been in existence? So it's not about lies and deception. Mr. Speaker, I want to go straight. Anywhere in the world today, budget statements focus principally on the fiscal space. Fiscal space because 2022 that we saw post-COVID impact, the globe's debt to GDP as time to be corrected was around 258%. So if my brother quotes our net to 2%, then we are a giant economy. The way it grew negative 3.3, we grew 0.4. As I'm talking to you today, we are growing. The first we grew 3.1. World's projection for next year, Mr. Speaker, it is about 1.4, less than 2%. Ours is 2.8. This is how you manage the economy. They are talking as if we are in a week. They should check their own budget. 2015, their debt to GDP was about 6.9%. They should check. We have no COVID situation, we have no Russia, whatever situation. The world's inflation rate was not over 200%. If NDC government had been in power under this global situation, even the youngest child in Ghana here, the richest family, would have gone through hunger and starvation. They have no economic policy direction. Whether they adopt expansion fiscal policy or contractionary, I want to ask them. A country that your debt to GDP went as high as he was talking about 92, and we've been able to reduce it to 66.4. Any honest person will love this government. Reducing inflation rate from about 50% to about 33% as I'm talking to you now. In fact, the NDC government led economic growth of 3.4 when we had no COVID. Mr. Speaker, they are saying that we are taxing Ghanaians. I have the document with me here. Between 2014 and 2016, I listed them some time ago. I will not repeat it. Tax item they increase or introduce 26. They don't even understand how to manage the taxation policy. I want to tell them today it is a calibrated policy management strategy that we use. When your debt to GDP is so high, you rather leverage domestically generated revenue, and that's what this government we know how to do best. In spite of all these situations, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask them, how do we manage our fiscal space? Let's go and read the PFM Apprentice Act 921, Section 1, that describes the object of a PFM Act. We need to do so, aligning them to the macroeconomic and the fiscal framework. So we as a government, that is what 2017, taxes we reduced or we took away amounted to about 17, including the condom and carrier tax they introduced. Surprisingly, they say they are social democrat. Not one single pro-poor policy of national tenacity and character that they've been able to implement. Pro-poor policy, the most essential economic services in any country, education and health. They are the people who love the poor, but they took away the allowances that the poor child could benefit from. NDC cannot manage even a district economy, but for propaganda, they cannot. They don't have what it takes. What is their policy direction? Only to lie to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, this is what I have. Do you know why they can be trusted? NDC's own budget statement, 2014, 15, 16. Mr. Speaker, 2012, their own budget, GDP GDP growth 9.3. The same 2020, the same budget. In fact, 2015 budget under NDC, GDP growth was 8.8. The same 2012, if you come to 2016 budget, GDP growth was 9.3. 2013 GDP growth was 7.6. 2016 budget, the same year, it was 7.3. Can you trust the same people whose budget, 2 different years, give different figures? You cannot trust this here. I've got the documents here. You can come and take. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that we are not perfect as a government. But let me tell my brothers, when it comes to the economic management of this country, historically, at present and in the future, NDC is like a kiosk. You know, we have courses 2 weeks, 6 months, we get certificate. We are like KNSC in Lagos. You can compare them to us. They are on different page. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Doctor, just a minute. I can see the minority leader on his feet. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, from the onset, the understanding is that you can come under point of order if you recognize that there was factual inaccuracy in the statement. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minister responsible for trade and industry is grossly misleading this House. Mr. Speaker, I say this for a simple reason that he's forgetting to realize that the GDP in question were rebased, and the numbers he's churning out are the ones that were not rebased before. Mr. Speaker, the GDP changed before rebase and after rebase. And so I want him, and I challenge him, to bring us these two numbers, before rebase and after rebase. And you realize that the official document, the budget statement that was presented to this House in 2013 and 2014 made reference to the rebase numbers. His numbers are not the rebase numbers. And so he cannot say the NDC is providing two different economic numbers. Mr. Speaker, this is a grave matter. It's a very important matter that I cannot allow this to go. Because, Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that the GDP then were rebased, and the numbers he's giving out are the non-rebased numbers, for the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, yes, I want to listen to you. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is extremely interesting that my learned brother, that I'm in the same academic tradition with, it doesn't matter. Mr. Speaker, I thought he was going to tell us that under the rebased scheme, this is the figure. And otherwise, he couldn't. He is asking me. I'm not a lawyer, but I learned they say that he who alleges. Mr. Speaker, what he's saying is a fallacy. He's confused. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I just said, Mr. Speaker, look at it. This is a written, tangible, credible evidence, a material evidence. This is what we talk about materiality, facts. He is lying to Ghanaians. Put that aside. Mr. Speaker, talking about GDP, there were certain figures that I got confused. With the exception of 2011, that because of the jam establishment of this oil sector thing, that we got about 15% check. The following year, it reduced to 7.9. The following year, 7.6. The following year, 4.1. The following year, 4.0. Then 2016, 3.4. Even when we had no economy, the whole economic growth of Ghana was going down as if it was being changed by a bazooka. They have no idea. They don't even understand it. Mr. Speaker, let me explain this to them. I want to ask them this question, because I believe in the NDC, apart from the fact that they display intellectual dishonesty, apart from the fact that they display ego trips. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask them this question to answer Ghanaians. When your fiscal space, whose key elements in terms of definitional elements are one, projects and programs, two, what we finance them with, either debt financing or revenue generation. You say we shouldn't borrow, we agree. You say we shouldn't take taxes, we agree. They should tell us the third financing option. Then they will tell you reduce your government size, I agree. By how much? Against our obligations. They do don't even understand these things. The problem with the NDC is that they are supposed to accept the fact that when it comes to the economic management, we are their seniors. We are far superior. In fact, if COVID had happened and the NDC, Mr. Speaker, I'm 100% sure in your hometown by now, nobody will believe it. They don't know what they are doing. They are confused. And now they are even saying that 24-hour and then they not that they come out with any policy. I'm advising them today, Mr. Speaker, put that aside. The reason this government is the best government is that, Mr. Speaker, a government that understands the fact that I need to cut down my expenditure. Go and check 2023. Our expenditure target and then the actuals have difference of positive 14.something%. They should go and check. From 121 billion, thereabout, we did 104 billion. This illustrates, without any ambiguity and debate, that we have a serious government that understands cost control, to consolidate, to restore, to stabilize the economy. They don't know all these facts. You cannot sit there and say reduce taxes, increase taxes. They just say all these choruses because of political capital. I am telling them today that where Ghana is going under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, even other countries on the continent of Africa are calling us. Because they keep on making these fundamental mistakes. One, all the Francophone countries do not have economic sovereignty. They should know that. And I want to correct them. Their economic framework is enshrined and integrated in that of France. They don't have Central Bank of Ghana to set their own macroeconomic policies. If they don't know that part. Two, the best way to assess how your country is performing is to use the benchmark of the globe. You don't compare Ghana to Togo. You don't know what you are doing. We have different obligations in terms of expenditure. Mr. Speaker, not only that, they always claim that we are having the highest debt to GDP. They should go and check. Between the year 2000 and 2008, our debt portfolio got increased from about 9.2 to about 121 billion, over 1,400%. They have the worst record. The fact of the matter is that, our brothers, they appreciate the fact that we always come here. We are capitalistic. We rather think about the poor. Check all the poor policies in kind and cash. Leave. Who implemented leave? Who implemented national health insurance? Who implemented FKIP? Who implemented free SHS? And the very people that are saying that when they
Honorable member, you are left with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that I am telling them today, Ghanaians will not prefer that their children will be riding motorbikes to eat. They prefer that their children will have free school so that they will become Signamwa, honorable member like you that I wanted to become. Like them, like former President Mahama, like President Nana Addo Dankwa, they don't want their children to be riding. You come here and enjoy like this. And you say that when you get power, you let those out there children ride motorbike. Please, I want to find out whether they have churches and not in their constituencies. You can't take away the element of God. The fact of the matter is that on the continent of Africa, those who can manage the economy best, you can't take away MPP government.
And they know. Probably, they are doing this out of 3 million. In concluding, I would like to advise this country, both NDC and LPP governments, that cutting down costs, they should adopt the model of correction and then regressing analysis, so they can select all the items that do not impact GDP and clear all of them. Two, the recycling of when you're in opposition, no matter what the government does, NDC they do, MPP we do.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, we have present in the chamber distinguished visitors from the Parliament of Uganda. I have the pleasure to introduce them to you. They are coming from the Committee on Government Assurances and Implementation. So their committee is Government Assurances and Implementation Committee. They are here on a steady visit. And they are also here to share ideas with colleagues and draw some knowledge on government structures, existing policies, laws, and regulations guiding our Government Assurances Committee. The visit is also to create a platform for networking between honorable members and their Ugandan counterparts with an aim to deepening relations. And so we have the chair and leader of the delegation being in the person of an honorable lady, Honorable Betty Nambuze Makireke. I think I've met her at a number of conferences. Yes, Betty is quite known. You are most welcome. The members are Honorable Nelson Okelo, Honorable Agnes Amedi, Honorable Joseph Shiwungu, Honorable John Bosco Imboya, Honorable John Luke Inyensiko Chobe, and the committee clerk, Miss Christine Chumuyendo. I'm sorry if I got the pronunciation wrong. And also, we have the secretary to the delegation, Miss Ampere Ameria. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I warmly welcome the delegation to Parliament and I wish them fruitful deliberations. I hope you have time to interact with them, and at the end of the day, the networking will go on to deepen the relations between Ghana and our brothers and sisters in Uganda. Once again, you are warmly welcome. We are now debating the budget statement and economic policy of government. Since you have a structure like ours, you will know that those at my right are those in government, and those to the left are those in opposition. So we'll just listen to a few of them, and I'm now moving to the third person coming from the opposition side, and that is in the person of Honorable Kweku Ricketts Hagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget debate. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to first of all touch on something that my honorable brother, Dr. Stephen Amwa said. And I think this is the problem with what the finance minister said earlier on, that Ghana's economy is approaching 1 trillion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the economy of Ghana, as Honorable Atuforsen said, was rebased in 2018. When you rebase your economy, you change your base year to capture anything that you have not captured in the past. So the rebasing was done with a base year change from 2006 to 2010. So everything that was in that period that was not captured was basically rolled forward to the future economy, which is why the economy is growing at a pace that is great. Also, the GDP figures before your rebasing will definitely be different from your rebasing after the GDP after your rebasing. The GDP after your rebasing will usually be more than the GDP before your rebasing. We do this for inflation and GDP. And I think that correction should be done so that in the future they just don't talk about economy is reaching 2 trillion, two different figures are being presented. Figures are presented as a result of the rebasing. Mr. Speaker, if I go to the main issue that I want to talk about today, Mr. Speaker, is to do with our debt. Ghana is being swallowed with debt, excessive debt, astronomical debt, Mr. Speaker, and we are not paying. We have unilaterally stopped paying our external debt. At the end of 2002, debt to GDP was over 100%, 102. Today, we are being told that our debt is nearly 600 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, the external component of our debt is not being paid by this government. We haven't paid our external debt since December. And we are saying we have turned the corner. Which corner? You are not paying your debt and you said you've turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not only empty, it's not only uninspiring, it is actually a dysfunctional and a distorted budget. Because the moment you put in your external debt, the servicing of your external debt here, everything in this budget changes. Your deficit will change, because you will have to add about 40 billion of external debt servicing to it. Therefore, your deficit will be almost 100 billion. Your space, fiscal space will change. Your growth will change. Your inflation will change. Your interest rate will change. Mr. Speaker, this is basically an economic garbage, this budget. It does not inspire anyone. There is nothing in here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the external debt that we are not paying. Mr. Speaker, we owe the Chinese 1.9 billion, which we are not paying. We owe the Paris Club 2 billion, which we are not paying. We owe the Paris Club 3.8 billion, which we are not paying. Mr. Speaker, we owe Templeton 2.5 billion, which we are not paying. Mr. Speaker, with multilateral debt, we owe 8.8. Ghana is not the highest when it comes to multilateral debt in Africa. We owe the most, 8.8 billion, and we are not paying. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond, which my friend mentioned, we owe Eurobond 14.9 billion, which we are not paying. The Eurobond that is due now, due in August, we haven't paid it. Mr. Speaker, we have done 17 Eurobond tranches in this country since we started doing Eurobond in President Kufuor's time. Mr. Speaker, from President Kufuor to President Mills to President Mahama, 16 years, we did 4 billion Eurobond. That's 4 of them. Mr. Speaker, under this government, we have done 12 tranches of Eurobond. 12! In 7 years. We did 4 in 16 years. Mr. Speaker, to a tune of $11 billion. This is how much we owe, and we are not paying. Mr. Speaker, let me give you a picture here. And what they've done, Mr. Speaker, sorry. This government intentionally did certain bonds with the intention of never paying. And let me tell you why. Mr. Speaker, Euro bonds are usually done for a period of 10 to 15 years. That's why the Euro bond done on the Kufuor was done for 10 years, 750. NDC made provision for that bond to be paid. We paid 250 before we left office. The remaining 500, we have put money in the sinking fund to pay, which they used in paying this. The one that is due, they haven't paid. Mr. Speaker, they did Euro bond in 2018. May 2018. That Euro bond is supposed to basically expire in 2048. For 30 years, instead of the 10, 15 years. Mr. Speaker, this is all the Euro bonds we've done in this country. 17. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, they did another Euro bond in some tranches for 31 years. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, one of the tranches of Euro bond that we did matures in 2061. Mr. Speaker, that's for 41 years. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, they did a Euro bond in March 2021, which is supposed to mature in 2041. That's 20 years. Mr. Speaker, they know they won't be around to pay this. And that is the reason why they've started not actually paying. Mr. Speaker, this is the situation that we are in. We have been swallowed by debt. Swallowed by debt, yet we are not paying. Yet they have written a budget here. They say they've turned the corner. But at the same time, they say they are not out of the woods yet. Mr. Speaker, if you turn the corner in the woods, you are lost. That's what this budget is. This government is completely lost. They are incompetent, their performance is abysmal, and they won't listen. They have brought all of us here to this budget. Mr. Speaker, if this were to be a handing over note to the NDC, this is a very poor handing over note. This is the legacy of this government. This is what they are leaving behind. Mr. Speaker, you ask them what they use the money for, they will tell you, oh, flagship programs, planting for food and jobs, 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the industrial, the 1D, 1F, this is the picture of the 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, I'll hand this over to you. This is the picture of 1D, 1F. Ghana is the only country where the more industries we set up. They claim 169. The less we perform when it comes to industry. Mr. Speaker, the numbers here are negative. And I will tell this in. Mr. Speaker, the story is not different from planting for food and job. You can see it in inflation. You can see it in GDP. It tells a story. The contribution of food to GDP is been declining. When you go to inflation, the bulk of our inflation is food inflation. So what is it that this country is planting? That the more they plant, the less they harvest. The more this government plants, the less they harvest. Mr. Speaker, it's a very sad story. They are so incompetent. Mr. Speaker, this government is so incompetent that even the very debt that they have created, they cannot even restructure it. They did the domestic debt. We saw what happened. Flip-flopping. Today, pension funds are involved. Tomorrow they are not. They were supposed to do an eligible amount of 137 billion. By the time they got to it, the money is up to 96 billion. Yet, they could have done this area without even including the pension people and achieved the 80% that IMF gave them. But they went around dancing around the debt issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason why they are afraid to go and negotiate their external debt is that they are going to negotiate with seasoned negotiators. They don't know what to do. They can't bully them like they did the domestic debt exchange. Mr. Speaker, today, an announcement from the Eurobond market. They have rejected Zambia's proposal. Zambia is now supposed to go and pay their money, or they call the insurance on the bond. And you know what will happen? If they call the insurance, everybody is insured. If you call the insurance like a car insurance, it means that your premium are going to go up. This is the situation Ghana is in. And they will tell you that we've been talking to the IMF with this, and we will be going. All that this budget says, this budget just mentions that they are preparing to go and negotiate. When are they doing that, Mr. Speaker? This government has failed at this money. They have failed Ghanaians. We are where we are, Mr. Speaker, because this government has overborrowed, and we don't know what they have used the money for. There is nothing to show for it. They have spent the money anyhow. Corruption, endemic corruption in this government. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians can't wait to see the back of this government. They are talking about breaking the 8. Do you break 8 with this? You can't pay your debt. You say you have turned the corner. You can't pay your debt. You say you are growing. How can you grow when you owe money, Mr. Speaker, in our own homes? You owe money, you receive your salary. You drink 12 bottles of beer. Now you are not paying your external debt, you are drinking 8 bottles. Because you are not paying your debt, you said you've turned the corner. When your creditors are waiting for you at your door. Mr. Speaker, the story about this government, we will recommend. And I think that is a bill we have to bring to this house. That every president will have to set up a presidential library, so that the story of bad president can be put in that library, so future generations can read, not to repeat this government again in the history of this country. This country has been failed by the NPP government. Abysmally, Mr. Speaker, everywhere you look. Why do you think inflation?
Honourable, 2 minutes more, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, why do you think inflation is gone down? And they will tell you all sorts of stories. Because the Bank of Ghana has stopped printing money under the watch of IMF. So the portion of inflation that relates to printing of money has gone down. But food inflation is still the biggest. The graph is here, Mr. Speaker. I will check that graph in as well, so that we'll be able to see what is actually happening. This government has failed. They have in their own budget. The records are all in there. Mr. Speaker, they put the right numbers in the budget this time because of the IMF. That is the quantitative side of the budget. Yet, they are turning lines to the same numbers on the qualitative information that they give us. This budget is bipolar. The quantitative side of the budget will give you the numbers. The qualitative is talking about turning the corner. Mr. Speaker, the problem we have in this country can only be resolved when we see the back of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Kweku Kwating. Honourable members, in his absence, we will move to Honourable Sheila Battels.
Have the women. We have the women.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to my brothers on the other side. I realize that all of them are men, and in fact, with the conversation with my last brother, Honorable Ricketts, I realized that his focus was on Eurobond issuance. I decided to look into it because I realized that it's not only our government that has looked at Eurobonds as an option of financing our budget. In fact, in 2013, which was the NDC government, they issued 1 billion of Eurobonds. 1 billion. In 2015, they issued 1 billion of Eurobond.
Wow. Is it true? 1 billion?
Yes. In 2014, they issued 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, the MPP Day 2021, we did 525 million.
Wow.
Of Eurobond.
Wow, that's cool.
In 2019, we issued 750 million.
Wow.
Mr. Speaker, really, when you look at it, the NDC has issued gargantuan billions of bonds, Eurobonds. And what we are paying is the cumulative effect of all the bonds from their government. So, we shouldn't stand here and dwell on one line of financing that the government has seen it as prudent to use. Mr. Speaker, we are talking on the back of the worst global economic crisis, and not something that has affected only Ghana. It is something that has happened across the world. And my sister rightly spoke when Deputy Finance Minister was speaking. You can't just look at Ghana in isolation. You have to compare to other countries across the world. And you realize even across West Africa, the economic crisis hits every country. And Ghana is doing well in recovering from this crisis. Mr. Speaker, we saw hikes in crude oil prices. It hit Ghana as well. But because of the innovative Gold for Oil program, Ghana was able to see stability in petrol prices for the ordinary Ghanaian to be able to budget and manage their finances. Mr. Speaker, we saw global supply chain interruptions. We saw soaring global interest costs. We saw tightening global policy rates. We saw that across the world, people were not able to save. Even in the most advanced economies, people were struggling. We saw a slowdown in manufacturing and across board. This resulted in less savings. And that, of course, affected our ability to borrow from the international markets. Mr. Speaker, what happened in the last few years? We refused to listen that the global economic crisis was real. COVID was real. The Russia-Ukraine war was real. And the former president, Mahama, as you rightly said, he goes abroad and he goes to say that the global economic crisis was caused because of this. So why do we come and act as ostriches? Mr. Speaker, all these razzmatazz that our brothers on the other side are putting up, this is not a political platform. This is a platform for us to discuss what is important to Ghanaians in terms of how they are able to eat 3 times a day, what goes into their pockets for them to be able to support their families. That is what is important. The drama is not important. Let us lay it aside. Let us look at this budget. What does it present to us? Mr. Speaker, I look at this budget and I see a government that has consistently worked hard to ensure that the ordinary Ghanaian benefits from this economy, and the cake is rightly shared across board. We have seen a government that has managed inflation. Pre-COVID, we saw an average inflation of about 7%. Then we saw that in the last few years, last year we hit 54%.
Yes.
As the Deputy Finance Minister said, we have brought it down now to 35.2%. You may say that is not good. You may say that is not good. But what is the comparative? So you look at the other countries in West Africa and you see an average of 4.6%. So if Ghana is doing 3.5%, are we not doing well?
Yes. Tell them.
Mr. Speaker, we are also talking about the economy's growth. And my brother also, Dr. Amwa also said, my colleague, Mr. Speaker, he spoke about the growth rate. And we are trying to say that it is not important to recognize that if your economy has grown to $1 trillion, then it is something to applaud. Mr. Speaker, it is something to applaud. In economic crisis, we have been able to grow and not recede. And when you are growing, it means that your economy is improving. So we are right to say that the economy is taking a turn, and it's taking a turn for the good. Mr. Speaker, in advanced countries, the assets growth rate was about 3.6%. In 2020, we came down to 2.8%. In advanced countries, they came down to 2.8%. Now the average growth rate is about 3% to 3.5%. Now, if you look at emerging markets, the average growth rate was pegged at 4.6%. In the COVID year, it came down to 1.8%. And now it's rising to between 4 to 4.1%. But in Ghana, our real GDP growth rate is at 3.2%. If we compare this to last year, between January and June, we did 2.9%.
Tell them.
So it means that this year we have done better at 3.2%. Mr. Speaker, things that have happened in the past few years leading up to today, I'm talking from COVID to date. These economic external shocks resulted in challenges, for instance, in us raising the revenues that we were expecting, especially on the bond market. We know that the capital market closed to us because of the ratings that we had. So we had to depend on domestic revenue. We went through the domestic debt exchange program, at least for the domestic debt.
Honourable Member, you are left with less than 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But then my brother also said, my colleague on the other side, he said, he talked about external debt. Mr. Speaker, that is why we went to the IMF. What was the point of going to the IMF? To restructure the debt. And we have worked with them in restructuring the domestic. And so let's not talk about the external, because he went on and on about the external debt that we have. It is also something that is going to be done, also as part of the IMF restructuring. Mr. Speaker, one thing I will commend this government, and I will commend His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who, by God's grace, in 2025, he will become the next president of Ghana. They say that they don't understand why he focuses a lot on digitalization. And that is the reason Ghanaians must never make the mistake of bringing the NDC back into power. Mr. Speaker, we need to move forward as a country. We need to put in place the systems and processes that are necessary to ensure that Ghana is productive enough to be able to generate the revenue that is needed for this country to progress. And what is needed is what His Excellency has begun to put in place, which is the Ghana cash system, address system, interoperability, and all the other systems that he has put in place.
Honorable members, we now listen to Honorable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I carefully listened to my sister, Honorable Sheila Battles. Yes, you are the only lady speaking today. So at least we have to pamper you. But the point made by Honorable Rekit was that from President Kufuor up to the end of NDC administration, that's 2016, we borrowed $4.5 billion from the Eurobond market. And in the space of 7 years, under Nana Addo Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, they've done $11 billion. This is the argument we are putting out. We are not denying the fact that NDC did not borrow. We borrowed, but we used it for a purpose, and we made provisions for it through the sinking fund for repayment. In this case, do you have any provision for this repayment? Because even we are borrowing for 30 to 40 years, so you have no plan whatsoever for the repayment. This is the argument you are making, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, MPP is saying they've turned the corner and they want to break the 8. So we need to measure their performance from 2017 to 2023, if indeed there is any space to allow them to continue whatever damage they want to cause to this economy. Mr. Speaker, I refer them to the 2017 budget, paragraph 1. Page 1, paragraph 5, the former finance minister had this to say. Mr. Speaker, let us acknowledge that we have inherited a challenged economy with, item 1, considerable debt overhang and rising interest payment caused by excessive borrowing, and expenditure overruns and accumulated arrears caused by fiscal indiscipline, excessive sole sourcing, and weak commitment controls. Mr. Speaker, the last one is revenue underperformance caused by leakages, loopholes, and tax exemptions. All these 3 bullet points, what has changed, Mr. Speaker? What has changed? By the end of 2016, our debt stock stood at 120 billion Ghana cedis. Today, the finance minister is reporting that our debt is 567 billion. In the midst of domestic debt exchange program, so they are telling us that they made savings of 61 billion. If you add back the 61 billion, our debt portfolio stood by the end of September 622 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in this case, if you want to divide this debt for all of us, each one is owing 19,000 Ghana cedis. 19,000. Yes. Under 2016, each one was owing 4,000 Ghana cedis. We moved it from 4,000 to 19,000. This is the current situation we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, by the end of 2016, our interest payment alone stood at 10 billion Ghana cedis. In the 2024 budget, they are projecting to pay 55 billion as interest payment. 55 billion in the midst of domestic debt exchange. And we are here telling us that you turn the corner. Because the passengers were sleeping, so when they now trying to turn the corner, the customers shorted. So still they are at the ICU, they don't know where they are. That's why they can conclude by saying they've turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, the economy that we are talking about is about our pockets. What is the inflation rate now? They inherited an inflation number of 15%. Today they are reporting 32%. 35.2% of inflation. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister told us in the budget that the loan portfolio of all the banks have increased to 72.9 billion Ghana cedis, and capital adequacy ratio has moved from 14.1% to 18%. What it means therefore is that, Mr. Speaker, about 3.9% of the people who took the 72.9 billion loan, about 3.9% of them cannot pay the loan. And the banks have charged this against their profit and loss account, which is about 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. The meaning is, they can't pay dividends to their shareholders, they can't pay bonuses to their workers, they can't expand their business, let alone to create more employment. I'm talking that you say a funny thing in the budget. The minister is telling us that 1D1F, they have 269 projects under various stages of completion, and 169 is in operation. How can you have 169 companies operating, which have created 160,000 jobs, and still you are projecting the industry sector will grow negative 2.2? Because let me show you, Mr. Speaker, the performance of the MPP. By the end of 2016, the industry sector grew by negative 2.1%. With that 1D1F, there's other 169 companies, and they are still projecting to grow the industry sector by negative 2.2%. It tells you the 1D1F they are talking about is facade. They are just trying to confuse everybody. Manufacturing sector and NDC 2.4% growth. 2023, they are growing at negative 1.1%. Electricity, NDC did 8.8% growth. MPP is doing negative 0.7%. That's why they can't do even re-electrification projects. Water and sewage, we did 7.7%. MPP is doing negative 4.9%. Under construction, we did 3.5%. MPP is doing negative 8.9% in 2023. Trade, repair of vehicles, household, we did 7.7%. They are doing negative 3.6%. How can you turn the corner with these numbers? And you are complaining because of the war in Ukraine and Russia, post-COVID-19 problems. Everybody is complaining in the MPP, apart from we in the NDC. Mr. Speaker, we will never allow this government to continue to mess everybody up. Enough of the destruction, enough of the ineptitude, enough of the incompetency. Come 2025 January, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is ready to take us from all this mess they've created. And when we talk about 24-hour economy, they are talking about night market. What is night market? And Chobas operate 24/7. What kind of analogy is this? Because, Mr. Speaker, we have service institutions like passport office, DVLA. People pay for their services. So if you do 24-hour, any point in time, I go there, I process my document, and I'll pay you your money. We are here crying over underperformance of revenue. Last 4 months ago, Ghana Revenue Authority deployed the inspectors to all the malls and the big shops to audit invoices and receipts. I confronted the minister, and they told me it yielded a positive result. If it yielded a positive result, why have you changed that practice? You are crying for the performance of revenue. There is an activity you can undertake to generate more revenue. You stop that activity, and you want to impose more taxes on us. We will never support you to impose more taxes on us. Already we are suffocating. We are dying. You complain that nurses and teachers are running away from this country for greener pasture. Why? Let's do things that can make us a better nation. Mr. Speaker, I have a proposal for them. I will never support any tax handle.
You have less than 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'll run it within that space. No new taxes. Concentrate on the voluntary compliance, because there are people who are ready to pay the taxes. Just do the compliance, and many people will get to pay their taxes. Don't introduce any new taxes. We need enforcement of the existing tax handles, so that many people will also pay their tax. Remove the straight levies from Get Fund, National Health Insurance, COVID-19, and put them where they belong to, so that people can do the input and output, so we get more revenue. Mr. Speaker, I will end by touching on the legal education. In the budget, the Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, is proposing that they will conduct entrance examination for 3,000 LLB students, 3,000, but will engage only 1,500. So, at the issue, they are set out to disqualify 1,500 people. What kind of arrangement is this? It's in the budget, regular budget. Mr. Speaker, somebody wants to pay his own school fees. Create the space for them, give them the asset to get the legal education. You know you have a backlog of 3,000, and you are telling us in the budget that I will only take 1,500. If this is not witchcraft, what is this, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, on this note, I'll call my colleague to tease out the important items in the budget, raise it, but I'll conclude by saying that nobody should support any tax handle. There must be compliance, there must audit invoices and receipts for people to pay their taxes. They can't introduce additional taxes. Already, we are dying. Thank you very much for the
Honorable members, having regard to the state of business in the House, I direct that sittings be held outside the prescribed period. We now have the last person. I'm not sure he's around. Yes, maybe leadership.
Speaker,
Yes.
the Honorable Okukwachin has sounded that he's on his way. He had to attend to an emergency, so he's on his way. In the meantime, I think there's one more person from the other side.
Well, honorable members, we are told that the next person, which is Honorable Kwekukwate, is on his way coming, and therefore we should take those who are available whilst we wait on him. The next person on the side of the minority is Honorable Thomas Ampem. That is 10 minutes. Sorry. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw your attention to something. You have a situation where we are going to have two people debating here. Usually part of the debate is also to debunk and respond to some of the things they do. I believe they will have somebody there, unless Kokukwati is the last person to debate. Yes, or the only person. We should have the next person in line to do that.
Actually, he's the last for today. And then Honorable Thomas Ampem is the last on your side for today. We'll continue tomorrow. No problem. Yes, Honorable, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the members on the other side don't have the men to speak, we have many of our people here who are willing to speak. So you can give their time to our people. I mean, they have shown that they are not interested in this debate. Mr. Speaker, we were in this House in 2017 when Honorable Ken Oforiatta came here to present his maiden budget. Mr. Speaker, he was accompanied by the Vice President of the land. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia was in his company. In fact, we saw a lot of people in this current government here in the chamber. The governor of the Bank of Ghana and his two deputies were here. The top here were filled by members of the diplomatic corps. The media in Ghana pitched camps all over the precincts of this parliament was filled with media houses. The basement, everywhere, they had their mini studios broadcasting live proceedings from Parliament. Fast forward in 2023, the finance minister was virtually deserted. The vice president decided that he won't be part of the presentation of the budget. The governor and all these people were not here. And in fact, I felt for the minister. He felt so dejected to the extent that he believed that the lizard that jumped from the high Iroko tree to the ground said he would praise himself if no one else did. So he quickly called his data bank failed finance ministry to organize a hero's welcome for him as he returns to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, we saw videos going viral of the finance minister returning to the ministry, and then staff of the ministry had lined up singing in a very discordant and uninspiring way, Yedim Konim, Yediko, Yebesa Edibium, accompanied by an offbeat dancing by the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, this finance minister has shown that he has nothing to celebrate. In fact, when he decided to even go borrowing, he came back to throw a kenke party in the ministry for successfully adding more to our debt in this country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you achieve nothing, you end up celebrating mediocrity. So that is what we are seeing today. This government is celebrating inflation at over 30%. When we had inflation around 17%, we were sad. We celebrated only a single-digit inflation in this country. So this is the record of this current administration. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, you realize that the government intends to raise total revenue of about 176 billion. The same way, they intend to spend in excess of 266 billion. They intend to add additional 50 billion to our debt stock. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not all, they have commitment of another 11 billion cedis. And so this government will have to finance the budget with more than 61 billion cedis. Because they don't have access to the international bond market, the only option is to go to our local banks to borrow. And by borrowing from our local institutions, they are going to crowd out local businesses. So our industries are not going to grow in this year because they are going to compete with government in borrowing from the banks. This is the government that says that they want to focus on the private sector. Clearly, this government is not going to do us any good at all in this current with this current budget. Mr. Speaker, if you look also on page 170 of this budget, you realize that they have indicated that the projected outturn by the fourth quarter in the amount of money they will put in our sinking fund is only 159 million. Meanwhile, they budgeted about 370 million cedis to be paid into the sinking fund. So by the end of this year, they would have done less than 50% of that. This year budget for 2024, they are projecting that they will pay some 241 million into the sinking fund. With this track record, we know that they will even do 50% of that. Mr. Speaker, what is worrying is that by 2025, all the deferred debts that this government has done, we will have to cough up in excess of 5 billion cedis to pay some of the debts that they have deferred. At this rate, where are we going to get the money to pay those debts when they fall due? They are only setting us up for another default. But Mr. Speaker, if we talk of prudent debt management, that is what President Mahama and Setepe, supported by Dr. Atto-Forson, did in this country. They built a sinking fund which allowed you to pay off all the debt that fell due in 2017 when you came. How do you expect the debt that you have accumulated and deferred to be paid? In fact, the minister likes quoting, so let me tell him that if you look at what President Mahama and his officers did, that is what Proverbs 13:22 says, that a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. But for William, Timothy, and Ken, what they are doing is akin to what they are doing is akin to what the foolish rich man did in the Bible. That says that because he gathered a lot, he said to his soul that he should rejoice. He did not think about the collected property rates on their own. They were able to collect 7 million cedis. This year, with a centralized collection, you have sent them only 700,000 cedis. That is 1/10 of what they collected on their own. If you take my beloved Sojaman District Assembly, Last year on their own, they collected in excess of 160,000. Today, with a centralized collection, you have given them 4,800 as of last month. You have deprived them of their revenue. What have you used the monies for? And you see, what is worrisome is that you told us is that it is GRA that is going to collect the property rates. You ended up giving it to a private person, a private company to do the collection. As we speak now, you advertise myassembly.gov as the account in which the property rates will be paid to. It ended up that the account from which the monies were transferred to the various assemblies is from a private account from Fidelity Bank. What have you done with the monies that you collected? Is it the case that you collected the money but have not sent them to the assemblies, or you haven't collected them? We cannot allow a simple U-turn in this budget for this to go with. We must investigate it and find out what you have done with the monies. Mr. Speaker.
2 more minutes, 2 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I heard Dr. Baumia speaking to a group of people in Tamale or somewhere that President Mahama represents the past and he, Baumia, represents the future. Looking at the state of Ghana's economy today, will we be safe to send Baumia into the future of this country? The future of Ghana with Baumia is a hopeless future. The future of Ghana with Baumia is a disastrous future. The future of Ghana with Baumia is a catastrophic future. The future of Ghana with Baumia is a retrogressive future. Mr. Speaker, look, under the leadership of Nana Addo, the Ghana economy, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Finance Minister, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that under the leadership of Nana Addo as Ghana's president, Ghana's economy no attention. Under the leadership of Baumia as head of the economic management team, Ghana's economy not to assume. Under the leadership of Kenufuriata as finance minister, Ghana's economy not to assume. Under the leadership of Abnao Seyasari as deputy finance minister, Ghana economy not to assume. Under the leadership of even Ken Ejapong as the opposition leader in MPP, who controls over 30% of MPP. Ghana's economy not to assume. Mr. Speaker, under your leadership,
Honourable members, you don't bring the speaker into your debate. Yes, we now take the last person for the day, but I'm finding it difficult to locate him. Please, majority leadership may nominate somebody. I can see the Honourable Kweku Kwatin. Honorable Kweku Kwatin. May we get somebody in place of him, or we call it a day to continue tomorrow? I want a well-prepared submission. So I don't want to push anybody to get up to say things that the person is not fully sure of. So we could adjourn and then tomorrow we take that into consideration. I'll be around.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You want to do it?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm making an application. Mr. Speaker, I'm making an application. Mr. Speaker, we have Honorable Kujo, MP for Ifia, to take up the last slot on our side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, no.
Yes, a proposal is made, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose the proposal
the name submitted to you is not my very good friend Okuno. So I'm making a counter proposal that Honorable Odo do the debate for that slot. Otherwise, we take a vote on it.
We'll run him to the
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think on numerous occasions, lists that have been sent to you have been amended. This is a very ridiculous proposal from the minority chief that we take a vote on the amendment being proposed by the majority. Where is he coming from? This chief whip for the minority, if you allow him, is capable of setting this house on fire.
Honorable Kujo, are you prepared to take your chance now?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You have 10 minutes. He's now a full minister. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't fault you. He's a full minister.
No, he's one.
There are so many that sometimes you forget which ministries some of them will be. But he's a very good man and capable colleague in the House. So I'm sure he will do justice to the topic.
Oh, he's my friend long before he became a politician. And even when he became a politician, he's still my friend. So I know him very well. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, we made an application. You have graciously upheld the application. You've granted it. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand all these stray bullets coming from the minority front bench. If they want to reduce this debate to the past Mahama and the future Bawumia, they should say so. We are ready for you. But all these attacks, you have not focused on this budget. You want to attack Bawumia? Bring it on. We have your Mahama. Bring your Mahama on. We'll take you on. Bawumia represent the future. You don't know that? Bawumia represent the future. What did your Mahama do? We are waiting for all of you. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. We are waiting for you. What did you do in your 8 years? What did you do in your 8 years? Kuto is ready to debate. You will hear him. You will sit down and hear him. You will see what he will tell you. What did you do in your 8 years? What did your Mahama do? What did your Mahama do? You want to compare your Mahama to Bawumia, the future of Ghana? We shall see. We're ready for you. Mr. Speaker, let's lead them to the past.
I thought we had agreed to give Honorable Kujo the opportunity. And then all of a sudden, the deputy majority leader is making his submissions. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand the Honourable Member of Parliament for Futu constituency, the Honourable Markin. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that the Vice President is the Chairman of the Economic Management Team. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that this budget can never be prepared without the input of the Chairman of the Economic Management Team. Mr. Speaker, it is only right for members of Parliament to make reference to the stewardship of the Vice President. Mr. Speaker, he shouldn't run away from the records of the Vice President. Defend the records of the Vice President. We all know that we are in this mess under his supervision. So please, do not bring President Mahama in this matter. He's not the one collecting your taxes. President Mahama is not the one collecting the taxes of state. And so it is only right for members of Parliament to make references to who prepared the budget statement and who is superintending upon this economic mess we are going through. Mr. Speaker, that is the fact, and it should rest there.
Honourable members, it's the turn of Honourable Kujo to take 10 minutes to make a submission. But please, let's accept that the highest political platform for national debate is Parliament. Let's accept that. That is what the concept is about. The highest political platform for national debate is Parliament. With this, we go on. Honorable Kujo. Majority Leader.
Yes, Speaker, you just indicated that you are granting the minister 10 minutes. The minister is...
Yes, my attention has been drawn to that, so I'll give him the...
Because you repeated it.
I'll give him the 15 minutes.
Yes. But, Mr. Speaker, yes, we agree that the highest platform, political platform, is here. But we have rules that debate should relate to the subject matter. It should have relevance. We have rules here.
Nobody has made irrelevant submissions here today. All the submissions they've made are relevant. It's neither the minority or the majority who determines the relevance. It's the Speaker. And are so determined. Yes, Honorable Kujo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2024 financial year, presented to your House, Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, November 15, 2023, by Ken Oforiatta, Minister for Finance, on the authority of His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, not on the authority of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, this is the budget of the President, not the budget of the Vice President. I am a member of the Economic Management Team, Mr. Speaker. And I emphasize that, Mr. Speaker, this document is not my budget. I debate every point I'm going to make on this budget to make an emphatic statement that it is one of the best budgets this House has ever witnessed and requested to approve. Mr. Speaker, all economies around the world, including Ghana's, go through economic cycles triggered by some significant global events. And Ghana's situation is peculiar to oil prices movement and our country's export commodity price movement. In our peculiar case, in 2020, a global disease called coronavirus hit us and dipped the performance of this government, led by His Excellency the President, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Now, it is not only Ghana that got hit, Mr. Speaker. So many economies. So when you look at the budget statement from pages 8 to 18 on global and regional development, performance of the world economy, performance of Africa's economy, performance of West Africa's regional economy the statistics have been provided there, and it gives all the trend indication that, Mr. Speaker, most economies went through a downturn and so many things deteriorated. Ghana wasn't spared the effect of the disease and the subsequent war that came. Ghana wasn't spared. But Ghana having been hit and going through a turnaround, the President, through this budget, has proposed a stability for 2024 and a growth simultaneously, which gives a unique feature of this budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the financial outcomes that have been spelled out here are a result of prudent economic decisions that have been made. Mr. Speaker, this House can bear witness to the fact that throughout our last sittings, whenever members from this House stood up, questions on roads, for example, were asked, and myself, my constituency, road needs are there. Mr. Speaker, these requests drive expenditures unless we do not want to live with a reality. Every request every member has made in this House pertaining to roads in the constituency drive up expenditures. As government tries to respond to that need. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you take the budget and you see a revenue proposal in excess of 176 billion Ghana cedis, an expenditure proposal in excess of 216 billion, and you see a gap which is going to lead to that deficit financing, then, Mr. Speaker, we as a House have a question to ask whether we should respond to the plethora of needs which we in this House as members of Parliament put before government. Whether government should stick to the revenue proposed and ignore the needs we have, or government should borrow. Mr. Speaker, in borrowing, the government through this budget has proposed that it is still going to manage the debt we have, the debt stock, which is not only accumulated by this government or Italia, but historically, which even includes some Eurobond issued by the NDC when they were in government. It includes it, and which the interest payment accruing is being serviced by this government. And so when we are talking about it, we should be pragmatic in our responses to the contribution to this budget. That's my plea to the House, Mr. Speaker. But fortunately for us, Mr. Speaker, the energy environment which drives economy have been stable, available. Cars haven't queued so far to look for fuel to buy. Gas stations haven't advertised no gas. And electricity largely and significantly have been on, except when we are doing what you call maintenance, routine maintenance. And so, Mr. Speaker, when salaries have been paid, and most importantly, a very significant economic budget line called 3 SHS have been absorbed since this government came into power. It is new expenditure line which did not exist in the past, but now exists and very significant, and the budget has absorbed it. It is not cancelling it. And so, Mr. Speaker, given the energy environment the government has sustained in terms of price competitiveness, given fuel availability throughout all this crisis period, we should debate this budget in that context. And when we are doing economic performance analysis, Mr. Speaker, for example, I have heard the debate on this floor, Eurobond issues. Mr. Speaker, let me that when a member stood up and chastised that the government has issued a Eurobond that will mature in 2061. Mr. Speaker, I thought the member was going to clap for the government. We could put in place a government that has credibility in the world, that the world market could take a 30-year loan from us. It is good news, and we should emphasize it.
Just a minority. I'll give you enough time. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, once again, another factual inaccuracy. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of State responsible for state and enterprises has said, Mr. Speaker, that our light has not gone off unless it is for routine maintenance. Mr. Speaker, he needs to be reminded that not long ago, just within the last 2 weeks, Ghana's light went off because we were unable to pay for gas that we own to Nigeria Gas. And there was doom and so you should be made aware of that. Correct to the record.
Honorable Minority Leader, it will come to your turn. It will come to your turn. Yes, please. Honorable Kujo, may you go on. He's going to make his submissions later. Please, 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 please. Just allow Honorable Kujo to go on. Honorable Kujo.
Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that when the honorable member, my good friend, Honorable Rickett Higham, stood up and said Ghana has borrowed for 30 years, he should have clapped for the performance of the government. Because if a government can put a loan with tenure 30 years out there, and the market will lend to Ghana, then it means that we have managed the economy well. Else, Mr. Speaker, you would notice that the longest dated bond Ghana had ever issued until this government came into power wasn't exceeding 10 years. And so, for us, even in a crisis environment, to be able to issue longer dated bond, it is a sign of good economic outlook the market has for the country. And we should be happy about the performance of the government. But Mr. Speaker, the higher expenditure projected in this government in this budget proposes to respond to this need to a large extent. Mr. Speaker, one thing I would also want to put on record in the course of this debate is that when these loans are being contracted, it is not only the tenure that will give indication of whether the government performance is good or bad. The interest rate associated with it. I know when NDC were in government, interest rate on Ghana's loans, bonds, was up to 10%, and I called it microfinance interest rate. That was a reflection of Ghana's economic outlook. Today, that is not the case. And so, in spite of the crisis, Mr. Speaker, I urge all of us to support this budget because it gives the country the turnaround we desire in face of even the crisis that we've gone through. And so all members should support the budget and pass it for government to implement it to meet the needs we have. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, before we take an adjournment, actually we are grateful to you, Honourable Kujo, because you use less than your allocation. I have a message from His Excellency the President dated 16th November 2023, and it reads, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I'll be traveling outside the country on Sunday, 19th November 2023, at the invitation of the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz, to participate in the G20 Compact with Africa conference scheduled to be held between Monday 20th and Tuesday 21st November 2023 at the Federal Chancellery in Berlin, Germany. Therefore, I will depart Berlin to London. Thereafter, I will depart Berlin to London on a private visit from 22nd to 25th November 2023. I will return to Ghana on Saturday, 25th November 2023. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, with this, I proceed to adjourn the sitting. Honorable Mama Yarga, I did send a message to you to get in touch with your leaders and let me get the feedback. I never got any feedback.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so, the Honorable Mama Yarga contacted me and showed me a petition that he intended to bring to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support that that petition be presented to the House, but I'm yet to engage the Honorable Majority Leader on the matter, and maybe I will have an engagement with him from now, so he can. But I think it's a straightforward matter, and I don't think it's something that he will oppose. It's just a petition, but per our rules, it must come through a member of Parliament so that that can be made available to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I got a copy of the petition and it's coming under Order 78C. Order 78C reads, unless any order otherwise provides, notice shall be given of any motion which is proposed to make, except the following. C, a motion that a petition be read, printed, or referred to a select or standing committee. This is the one that the honorable member is coming under, which is depending on which of them, whether he's going to just read it or whatever, or we have to refer it to a committee, and if leaders agree, we'll proceed to do so. Majority Leader, we are waiting on you. We have seen him.
Mr. Speaker, with respect.
He's reading something. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we would want to engage Honorable Ayariga further on his petition so that if you so desire, tomorrow we may make progress on his petition after we're done with the debate. So, Mr. Speaker, as you have pronounced an adjournment of today's proceedings, Mr. Speaker, you've already adjourned the House, and you said you directed that leadership be engaged on this matter. Ato has spoken. We are saying that Dr. Kesel Ato Forson has spoken. The two of them are supposed to engage. It is my instructions from the majority leader that.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think your directive or not, you should just allot some 3 minutes to enable me present the petition. Mr. Speaker, I will not even read the petition. In essence, I would rather move that you refer the petition to a committee, first one to Order 78. And, Mr. Speaker, if they had allowed it by now, I would have finished and we can adjourn.
Honorable members, I, for good reason, will prefer to adjourn the House, and then later on this petition will be presented. For good reason. The Honorable Mama Yara could contact me, or leadership could contact me, I will tell them the reason. With this, I proceed to adjourn the sitting.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea products na the makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. What percent beauty are more revealed with quality makeup products? There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. Luckiest star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
I can say Ghana will win, but other teams are also preparing.
I know, right?
Yeah, so it's a tough one.
Yeah.
And I believe when we do our things right, prepare the mindset of the players must have a winning mentality.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. Today, I'm at the Savannah region with John Paintel. He's here actually to scout for local players for his, his scouting for talent for his team, and he's going to tell us all about it and some issues in the sports fraternity about your program, scouting for talent for your team. How many people are you looking at? Are you looking for? Like, is it just going to be in the Savannah region, or you're going to travel to the other 16 regions?
I think, thanks for your question. It's a program that I've started since 2020.
Okay.
It's 3 years now. Yeah. And I started it from Joje, the Volta region. And I did 1, 2 at Afajatu South and also Sogakope. And then I did 1 at Pando. So last year I was here. This program that we are seeing today is a program that PBA, Bui Power Authority, come together with John Painter Football Club, John Painter Football Academy, to enhance their hands, to support the young players, give them freedom. Because looking at this place, some players think that looking at John Painter, looking at Mike Essien, Sule Muntari, John Mensah, Asamoah, how did they made it? And they feel like they are so far from us.
Yeah.
And that brings my mind to remember that I was also scout and then picked from Brekum. And when I was playing for Brekum Arsenals.
Oh, okay.
By, may he so rest in peace, Coach Ike Afrani.
Okay.
So he was doing more of a scouting. That's where I was discovered. Muntari was discovered at the same time.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, so myself and Muntari used to play for the school interregionals. We were playing Bolga. Then we were discovered. So the first phase was to play for Ghana Academicals.
So until you go out to scout, you will not get the talent. There are a lot of talent out there, you people.
There's a lot of talent players hidden somewhere. There's
yeah.
a lot of Asamoah, a lot of John Painter, a lot of John Mensah, Mike Essien, hidden somewhere.
I can even say even more.
More
Better.
So the more you scout, the more you get the quality.
Discover them,
For me, I don't believe in quantity, but I believe in quality. So when I go close to BPA, Bui Power Authority, the CEO was the one that I worked with him previously when I did my first one in Georgia. He was then a member of parliament, a minister for chieftaincy. So I went to do that, and then he helped many players to travel, to come to Accra, and most of them have also get the opportunity to play the big clubs in Accra.
Oh, that's nice.
And some have also traveled, and then they are back. So when he became the CEO for Bui Power Authority, he also said, I mean, since he is the CEO here, he wants to also give back to the community, the society. So we had that program. First program was last year, and it's a program that we're going to do every year. So we played a community cup, 16 community teams, and then we played the final. So there's a donation, footballs, jerseys, medals. So at the end of the day, we'll pick the Fantastic Five that will join John Penty football team.
Out of the 3 years scout?
No, every year we pick 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every year we pick five Fantastic Five. We are looking at the age of 15 to 19.
Okay.
But we want to catch them young, so we mostly focusing on the under 15. Because under 15, give them 4 years, they will mature and become great players and represent Ghana or any big clubs in Europe or in our local.
Not necessarily the national team, but it's going to
in
someday.
future. Yeah. So the idea is to give the young players chance, give them freedom to play and also to showcase their talent. We want to tell them that wherever they find themselves and see us on top, they can easily become as us one day.
Yeah.
So normally what we do is that after selecting the whole players, last year was almost 150 players.
Wow.
Then we have to cut it down to 60, then train them, cut them to 25. So that 25 will play against the ex-Black Stars players, including myself. Last year was Ufurikwe, Patrick Villas, Isaac Bossa, Memunatu, Suleiman. So we bring all these players to come and play with the young boys for them to also feel like, okay, it's John Penty I saw on TV.
How is it like playing with them? Obviously, some will be starstruck. So when they see you coming, like kicking the ball, they rather want to relax and allow you to do it instead of competing with you.
No, they become excited and they compete with us. Last season, I think we drew. They score first goal and then we equalize at the end of the game. So it was a tough one, and this season they are looking forward to beat us. So it's going to be a beautiful one, and then a great game. It's a great event. But I always say that never forget where you come from. Always remember where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Because I was scouted by DK Afrani whilst I was in Brekum.
It's your turn to also do the same thing. Yeah.
So it's good to, follow his footsteps, because I believe that when he scouted me, I was able to do well for the nation.
It's true.
So I want to replace that and then tell those young boys that they have freedom to play. They are not in bondage, they are not in prison, that they cannot showcase their talent. So this is all about this scouting program, because from 1 you will move to 2.
Yeah.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
So let's talk about the artificial pitches and then the natural one. How important, because I hear there are more astroturfs being constructed and all that. So I just want to find out, how important are they to the sports fraternity?
I think they
comparing it to the natural ones, allowing the grass to grow and all that.
Yeah, we all wish we can have the natural grass, but the country we are in, it will be difficult to maintain the grass pitch, which before it used to be like that. And then artificial pitch, it's also helping because it's not bad. We have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3.
Okay.
But what I've observed is the one that we are having here in Ghana is 2 phase, which is very good. The phase 1, a bit slippery, is like more of a rubber.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the phase 2, phase 3 is more like the one they use in Russia. Because when you go to Russia or Ukraine, they use more of an artificial pitch because of the weather. Yeah, so for me, having more artificial pitch in Ghana will help, especially the upcoming players who want to.
And then the phase 2 of that.
The phase 2 or phase 3, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Phase 1 is too slippery.
The phase 1 is very, very slippery because that one is a bit low.
Yeah.
And you can't even use the right boots. Then you have to use only the gym boot. But the phase 2, you see players using the normal football boots and you're comfortable. Okay. Which I myself, I've been playing on it and I've seen that it's a good one.
Okay. Sami Kufo once criticized the artificial pitches, saying it is not the solution to Ghana's sports infrastructure. And what do you make of it?
I think it depends what he say. For me, the phase 3, when I was in Fulham, I remember one of our Europa Cup.
Yeah.
We went to Bulgaria, and then we play on artificial pitch, and it feels like the grass. That's what I'm saying. Phase 2, they have phases. Yeah, but if Senior is talking about the phase 1, then he's right to say the phase 1 is not right for the development of the young players. But the phase 2 and phase 3, like the normal one we've been seeing recently, it's good for the development.
Okay, back to your talents, the people you're scouting for. Which of them are you tipping to become like a world football star, like goalkeeper?
Yeah, I'm looking at all angles because last year we picked 5 players and there's one player who stand up called Adoyesum. He's from this side, a town called Carpenter. On your way to Wenchi, you will see that small town. And he has been very, very good. Every match he played, he scored.
Wow.
He's only 15 years and he's standing up with the big boys. He's not scared. He changed every ball. So he's also going to be part of the stars who will be playing against the selected side this season. So yeah, he's amazing. I'm looking for all around. And like I said, we want to replace some names that I've mentioned before. We can have another Asamoah Jan here. We can have John Mensah. We can have Asian, myself, John Painter. And then those boys who nearly future, they will come and help the nation.
How can Ghana win the 2023 AFCON, which will be held in Ivory Coast?
Yeah, it's on course. You know, these days football is dynamic. A lot of countries have also picked up and the preparation and arrangement, and it's how you want it. You go for it. And Ghana, looking at it, we have fantastic team. We have players who are playing for a lot of big clubs in Europe and then doing well. World Cup qualifying, how they qualify the nation, and going to Qatar, the performances. And then we believe that the sky is the limit. The boys are pushing, and with time, they'll start winning trophies for us. The Nations Cup, I can say Ghana will win, but other teams are also preparing.
I know, right?
Yeah, so it's a tough one.
Yeah.
And I believe when we do our things right, prepare the mindset of the players must have a winning mentality. Without winning mentality, you can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you take one at a time as it comes, and I believe that we are too close, very, very close to win the cup.
Ghana will be playing Central African Republic, I think, in the final. Is it possible for Ghana to qualify?
Oh yeah, it's possible, and it's a must qualify, and it's a must win, which the boys are ready, and I don't think they're coming this far, they're going to let anything down.
Yeah.
We believe that all the supporters, all people in Ghana will support the team so that they can qualify the nation.
What do you make of Mohamed Kudus' move to West Ham?
Fantastic move, and I know that West Ham always go for special ones. West Ham always go for special ones, and then I believe that they also make a good choice by having Kudus in their team. It's been so long they were looking for a player like that. They used to have Yossi Benayoun, who was antics, who have the free roll, moving left and right, creating opportunities, free kicks, and then goal scoring abilities. And they have Telly Sheringham before, who also was an engine like a Kudus. And then Tevez also came. So after these 3 players that I've mentioned, they've never had anyone like those players. So having Kudus, that reminds me that they will be looking for Kudus for a very long time. Yeah, so I think it's a good move for both club and then the player.
Okay. Thank you very much. But I want your final words to the next region you'll be visiting to scout for talent.
Well, we are trying to move to Bolga in the next scouting program, and I'm looking forward. That's where we can find the players who think they're in the bondage, they are in prison, they can't showcase their talents, and I want to urge them that they are not in prison. We are here to give you guys opportunity to establish and then also showcase your talent, and then give you freedom to play football. This is John Painter, the CEO and the founder of John Painter Football Academy, and I wish you guys all the best, and I'm looking forward to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
You're right.
And that's it for Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. Until same time next week, stay blessed.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Brahmin the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
And I better just say, I dare Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagman, and I better just say, ni fear be it is all cantonment, say, I dare, or that's what team, Nelson near Tom, I'm a private developer, and I will not better to just say, one cabby biasa. Name of my brand workers, our Speaker's Breakfast Forum, Alisa Hotel, and Rano, and some more kind, say, said the Enco 4, and that they be an away from Massas, we are to Massas, we are Jemedine, or Beconde be was Sassy, or told the Atom and the permanent, and no address, and her castle, no Pocrana Sassy, or Honopocre, Cacacan, KJ, if in name, yes, I be our casse, or that's what dining will be able to. Said as a stress and Pocana no peso ye, MAT for no AS3 bin, Tiffany, I report to say, or send a fear no team in a day at home. I'm a private developer. Vice President Edema Imani Africa friend Kofi Bento ya no dabe to just say so we be na baby aka say or no Kofi Bento ne say we dey compare Paul Adomoche ne say be atim di ma no Hanan Abdul bi say so ye NDC ni ma papa e wo Facebook na de ko to just say see e ka ye back Adomoche Paul Adomoche ene Kofi Bento temana say Kofi Bento is the educated version of Paul Adomoche na we na Kofi Bento abeka say sa comparison ne dey nya dey say no religion ho pa no mo bi na baby and for no ne Paul Adomoche enye comparison bi abio Enkra abeto Janice Omampani Ekufuado wo hwe no apamo MC NDCs bi atese mo manten mu a omombo mo homodin na chese ye chima do di campo kwa na eso masopoko ansa DC e de ma hafo ano south east na comforter santi bi ono so se MC e de ma new job in north na do to aso so na Clement Wilkinson lamte bi a chese ye MC e de ma Gawes municipality na Docas Elizabeth Amoa enso se ye MC e de ma Enzima east ene wona okeka wona se Ghana FCC ade a wona waka no be ho mu nyina edin no hu die nti a president Akufo-Addo person pam. National Youth Organizer Edema MPP Amanyukun Nana B Edia Betu Jase Justin Frimpong Kodia or General Secretary Edema Party no yes on wankasa etho no sorry senko phone na ya pam mefi party nim no media mempem wo party no ntimunko ochema na chese ye party executives no enetina se no muhu se ya obo abia samoa hopes na doye na no hini nto na Boniface Abubakar Sadiki chese oyo mu den nya dia Dr. Baumia ye nyina yatina se ato abama no be support no na emom alancha mati on kan MPP Amanyukun no mu na se so be di ene sadia omufi party ni no monko enti enye se bia JFK or sorry ya no se be pame nkofo we apere bia fa Nkra abeto jane so mampani Akufo-Addo wo hye no apamo MC NDCs bi achese mo manten mu a omombo mo homodin na chese ye chima do di campo kwa na eso masopoko ansa DC e de ma hafo ano south east na comforter santi bi ono so se MC e de ma new job in north na do to aso so na Clement Wilkinson lamte bi a chese ye MC e de ma Gawes municipality na Docas Elizabeth Amoa enso se ye MC e de ma Enzima east ene wona okeka wona se Ghana FCC ade a wona waka no be ho mu nyina edin no hu die nti a president Akufo-Addo person pam. Anya beto jase ya dia Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbe ne dia beto jase ne fie bi etese o cantonment ya dia oda so team na so ni aton ama private developer na we no dia beto jase wanka bibia sa na emu mabra no wakasa wa Speakers Breakfast Forum ewo Alisa Hotel enra no nsema o kan ne se de nkofo na da bia na we ya famasa se we ya tomasa se we ya jemedan obekọ na bi wasa se wato de aton ama ne pamene na no address na ho ka so no pokra na sa se o ho no pokra kakaka ne nke eje efini nsem nye se bia wakase oda so te dan no bia beto nti se de asasre se mo pokra na no pese oyi ema etie4 no S3 bi nti pani report se o se ne fia no team na ya de aton ama private developer ena MPP Amanyukun no edebeto jase nkofo na bi omo party ni mu de se de omo no moton kwata omo pai na chese tinton tan ya oboabia samoa hopes na doye na no hini nto ena Boniface Abubakar Sadi na chese MPP before se de omo yi omo fim no mu chemu ya de a inse so be support Dr. Baumia oye flag bearer edema party ni se na ya de nkofo na chese omo gina nchen ena omo de omo support na akoma Alacha Martin a oye movement for change se na we na video bi asabeto montin na chese ya the General Secretary Edema Party no Justin Frimpong Kodia maybe etwa sapokra na MPP primaries na eba so November 4 na tese okase ono nya ade a chese obehwe ama obi o party ni winte na obeka se mepamu wefim ono so chema na ade nsi na obepamu wefim mefi se opamu wa hwan ene betumi ato aba na ama MPP aba power 2024 ti we na Ghana fo bisa se obi a wo kan se menyina ye den na se de wa wetimi da no ho ebepamu nkofo nan efi MPP Amanyukun. Vice President Edema Imani Africa Refen Kofi Bento ya do da betu jase so we be gina baby aka se ono Kofi Bento ne chese ye de ne compare Paul Adomoche ne se be atindi die ma no Hanan Abdul bi chese so ye NDC ni mapapa ewo Facebook na de kotu jase se ye ka ye ba Adomoche Paul Adomoche ene Kofi Bento temana chese Kofi Bento is the educated version of Paul Adomoche na we ena Kofi Bento abeka se sa comparison ne de nya de chese ono religion ho pa no mo bi na baby for no ne Paul Adomoche enye comparison bi abio Openi ba ko ka MPP Amanyukun ho ne efe ne Dr. Mwakomba wo de abetu jase se MPP Amanyukun no apam nkofon na bi efe mu ne de nya ade ananka wo se sade no ekoso ochema se Alacha Martin na we party nkwa no e ade ananka ka MPP Amanyukun no nti se de mo nka se e ade we fi mu ne nkofo bi ntimi ne nkasa ya wo abia samwa na no hini ntu Boniface Abubakar Sadiq ena hopes na doye MPP Amanyukun na eyo mu na ba Dr. Mwakomba achra na enu kwa se sade ne koso MPP for person mo chese so bia ntimi ne Alacha Martin kasa efise se on ka party ne ho bi wana ye rane party sa nto MPP Amanyukun ne de omo ye ne de emfa kwan so kwa Ena MPP amanyoko no edebeto Jasen ko fon na bi omo party ni mu de say de omo no moto nkwata omo pai na chese tinton tan ya oboabia Samoa hopes na doye na no hini nto ena Boniface Abubakar Sadi na chese MPP for say de omo yi omo fim no mu twemu ya de a inse so be support Dr. Baomi o ye flag bearer edema party ni say na ya de nko fon nan chese omo gina nchen ena omo de omo support na akoma Alache Martin a o ye movement for change say na we na video bi asabeto montis na say chair the general secretary edema party no Justin Frimpong Kodia maybe etwa sapokra na MPP primaries never so November 4 na say okase ono anya ade a chese obehwe ama obi or party ni nte no beka se mepamu afim no so chema na ade nse no bepamu afim efi say opamu wa hwan ene betumi ato aba na ama MPP aba power 2024 ti we na Ghana for bisa say obi a wo kan se menyina ye den na say de wa wetimi da no ho ebepamu nkofo nan efi MPP amanyoko ni. National Youth Organizer Edema MPP amanyoko na bi ede betu jase Justin Frimpong Kodia or General Secretary Edema Party no nyese ono ankasa etho no sorry say nkofo nan ya pamo mefi party nim no me de mempem wo party no ntimunko ochema na chese ye party executives no enetinase no muhu say ya oboabia Samoa hopes na doye na no hini nto ena Boniface Abubakar Sadiki chese oyo mu den nya de Dr. Baomi ye nyina yatenase ato abama no be support no na emu Alache Martin onka MPP amanyoko no mu na seso mbedi na nti ene sa de a omufi party no no monko nti enye se bia JFK or sorry ya no se be pame nkofo we apere bia fa Openi ba ko kan MPP amanyoko no ho ne efe ne Dr. Amwakomba wo de abetu jase se MPP amanyoko no apam nkofo nan bi efi omumu ne de nya ade anan ko wose sa ade no ekoso otwema se Alache Martin na we fi party nkwa no e ade anan ko kan MPP amanyoko no nti se de monka se e ade we fi mu ne nkofo bi ntimi ne nkasa ya oboabia Samoa na no hini nto Boniface Abubakar Sadik ena hopes na doye MPP amanyoko na eyi omu na ba Dr. Amwakomba atwa na enu kwa se sa ade ne koso MPP for person mo chese so bia ntimi ne Alache Martin kasa efise se on party no hu bi wana ye rane party sa nti MPP amanyoko ne de omo ye ne de emfa kwan so kwa.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on, comes to make us enjoy the relationship, makes us to give out our best and to do more.
Right there.
On Moms and Cuddles today, we're discussing love languages. We're exploring the concept of love language and helping your partner identify and understand each other's love language to better the relationship. I'm here today with Reverend John Cato and Kiki Sadiq to help me in this discussion. This is going to be very educative, so please stay glued to your set. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
So we're discussing love language. I would like to start with Reverend. What are some of the love languages we need to know? You want Kiki to start?
Okay, so we have 5 types of love languages, and to list them, the first one is in no particular order. We have words of affirmation, we have quality time, we have physical touch, we have gifts, and we have acts of service. So yes, those are the 5 love languages, and I feel like every human being in any type of relationship, whether it's with your family, your friends, your loved ones, your partner, your husband, you would always have to experience 1 or 3 of these 5 languages, or maybe all of them.
How would one be able to identify that this is their love language?
You'll be able to identify it in the sense that you know what pleases your heart and what makes you comfortable, what settles you. So you study the person or anybody you've been in a relationship with, like Kiki said. It can even be a family. In a family setting, it can also be in a mutual friendship setting. You should know what words to use at what time, how to touch the person at what time, you know, and in what way. because you may be doing something right at the wrong time and at the wrong moment, which will be offensive to the person. There are people who respond to different things at different times, or respond to the same thing in different ways at different times. So study the person. I may be a classmate with you or of yours. I may be a work colleague of yours. I must always study your mood swings and events happening.
Is it normal for everybody to have mood swings?
Yes.
Okay.
It's normal. You know, mood swings normally comes with activities and events that happens around us. You understand? So I must be able to study you and know you, how you respond to certain things at certain times, so that I don't do certain things at certain times. You know, there are people when they are concentrating on some project or some work, they don't joke.
Yeah.
You don't go whispering to their ears. You don't go touching them at certain parts of their body at certain times. It distracts them, it disorganizes them. So I should be able to study you, and that is life. Every day we learn from each other. Every day we get to know something different from each other. You understand? And most of the time what happens is that when we are told of something, we don't keep it, or we don't learn what we must learn from it. You understand? And so we keep repeating things we think should please the other, but sometimes pleases them, sometimes displeases them. So we must study each other.
Okay, so
and
in
know
this case,
each other.
Let's take it one after the other,
Yeah.
and then discuss. Let's start with words of affirmation.
Yeah.
You like words of affirmation. You like your partner to be telling you, I love you, or I adore you, you're beautiful. Women, I think every woman likes it.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is no woman who will say they do not accept words of affirmation.
Yeah.
We like it.
Yeah.
Of course, for Bakra, we like it. But in a situation that the man doesn't really recognize, he has a different way. Okay, maybe his is acts of service, and not words of affirmation. How do we balance this? Again, every day, so far as I am helping you out in one way or the other, why should every time be saying, I love you, you already look good, why should I come and say you're beautiful?
Are you ready to learn? You must always be ready to learn. This is your style of showing me love or speaking love. But it is not always what I want or what I need. You understand? Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on, comes to make us enjoy the relationship, makes us to give out our best and to do more. You understand? So you must study me. What makes me to give you more of love? What makes me to do more for you that you've not even asked for? You understand? So if your love language, I receive it though, but I teach you to also add to it in another way or from another perspective. You must be ready so you get the best of me and get more from me. But if you choose to remain the way you want to remain,
unchange it.
Thank you, and do what you want to do, then you will not get anything different from what you are getting. And you will not get more than what you are getting. Do you understand? There are things you will say that will please my heart. And I will also desire to give you in return something you have not even asked for. You understand?
Yeah.
So we must be dynamic and we must learn. And we must be ready to even learn the love language from each other. You understand?
Have you
We must be ready to learn from each other and to get the best of each other.
I really do buy into what he's saying, because even in your workplace, you need words of encouragement. I feel like words of affirmation is embedded in our everyday lives.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to be encouraged to be told that they are doing a good work,
Yeah.
or they look good. You compliment your colleague, oh, you look good today, or you did an exceptional job. After this interview, I'll definitely tell you nailed it. I think it's a form of word, a form of an affirmation that Patricia is doing a good job. And then the next time, you give your 100% when you are doing your interview. So if you are with a partner who doesn't even at least tell you you look good or reaffirm his feelings for you that you look good, I love you, or last night's dinner, I really enjoyed it, then the person, I don't know if they like you, and then move on to love. Because you have to tell the person how you feel.
So is it right to interpret that if the person doesn't do that for you, that to you it's not a sign of love?
They might be doing well in other aspects, like the acts of service. But me, personally, I prefer words of affirmation.
Good.
You might fill my gas, you might wake the kids up and get them ready for school before I wake up. Maybe you cooked dinner last night, but if you don't tell me the things I want to hear, then you are really not balanced in our relationship. Do you understand? We have to come to a compromise. You give me what I want, I give you what you want.
In a situation, you know, in facing reality, it's, I don't know, but some people are just not ready. It's like, so far as we are cool, we are at home, we are cool, why should I, is it necessary?
It's necessary. It's necessary. You cannot be cooking and you think certain ingredients are not necessary for the cooking. If you decide to prepare a certain meal, there are some key ingredients you cannot do away with. You say you want to prepare banku and okra soup. Okra is a key ingredient. You want to marry, you want to enjoy your marriage, there are key ingredients that goes with marriage. And look, let me tell you, love language is not sinful and is not ungodly. You understand? It's not sinful and it's not ungodly. The Bible says in Romans chapter 15, the verse 4, it says, whatsoever is written aforetime in the Bible is for our learning. And with patience and comfort, we learn the scriptures or use the scriptures that it gives us hope. And when you read Songs of Solomon, that is love language. You'll be amazed. It's in the Bible. But that is it. It is to make your marriage better, and a Christian to love your wife and to love your husband and to enjoy each other. Mind you, you must love me the way I want to be loved. So I love you the way you want to be loved. You don't love me the way you want to love me. No, I am not you. You understand? So at least with all you know and the way you want to speak or communicate love to me, if I hint you, you know, sometimes your spouse or your partner will lead you. When he or she is leading you to a certain aspect of love language, you must be ready to learn and also to improve on it. Because you may not know, it may not be your style, but if that is what he or she wants, learn it. Because we learn every day in marriage. You know, from the bedroom to church and wherever, we learn every day, and you must be ready to learn.
You know, we have stubborn ones, right?
Yes, we do have stubborn ones. We do, but you have to learn. You have to meet me halfway. I feel like if you can't tell me every day that I look good or you love me, at least at the end of the day, just say something nice. Or when I wake up in the morning, oh, you look good this morning, with my morning face. You've made my day. I will function really well as a wife. I will do well at my job. I will do well with my friends. You have to meet me halfway. You cannot just tell me that you don't feel like it's your love language. You didn't grow up in a home where there was communication. There were no compliments giving out to people. You're married to me now, and this is what I want. So you have to tell me, and that is when I'll give you my all too, because I feel like you see me. You see me as your wife. You see me as your woman. Yes.
If you see somebody who is not ready to learn, is it right to describe that as a red flag for you to leave the person?
Yes, I think when it comes to another part of the love languages, for example, acts of service. Imagine being married to a lazy wife. As a wife, I feel women, our major role in the home is to be caregivers. We cook, we clean, we take care of the home. So imagine she's lazy. That's even your role as a woman. Imagine you are lazy, and then your husband's love language is acts of service. It won't work. The marriage will go through a lot. We'll go through a lot.
But Reverend, in this case, is it advisable for the partner, the other partner, to sacrifice their love language just for the peace of the home?
That is if you're already in it. Sometimes you have to compromise. You have to also tolerate and still try to let the person learn something. But if you are now entering into and the person refuses to learn, please, it's enough red flag. Because in marriage, as I said, and I'll keep on saying it, we learn every day. So if the person refuses to learn, or the person is adamant, is like they are stiff in their ways and they never want to learn, please, you must advise yourself. Because look, love language does not only apply to married or relationship like a sexual relationship or family life. No, it affects everything. If you are happy from home, you'll be productive at work. You understand? Yes. If you are happy in your relationship, it affects your work. It affects everybody around you. So if you are encouraged to learn good love languages, it is not only for your spouse, it is also for the people around you. Because somebody may come from home troubled and their consolation will be in the office. Don't compound their issues. You will not get the best of productivity for the day. So it is not only for marriage, it is not only for sexual relationships, it is not only at home, but our everyday life. You know, how I will relate to you today may be with the foundation of how I was handled at home before I got here. If I'm happy from home, I'll be happy with you. You understand? And one thing we must know in this life is that when somebody has given their life, committed their life to you, you don't take them for granted. Please, you don't take them for granted. So you must learn every day. Do your best to make them happy. Do your best to make them productive. Do your best to make them become the best they can be. You understand? So we must be ready to learn. If you are not ready to learn, don't enter into a relationship.
On that note, I would like to take a break. If you're not ready to learn, don't start any relationship. We'll go for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click nominations bar or click the nominations banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details, that is, phone number and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 17 options for your nominee. Provide the personal details of your nominee. Provide at least one or more social handles of your nominee. Tell us why she qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with, would you like to make another nomination? If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another woman. If no, click no and you are done nominating your nominee.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
We're continuing our discussion on love language here on Monts and Cuddles with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. To continue, we want to look at quality time and then physical touch.
Yeah.
The wife prefers quality time, but unfortunately, the husband doesn't have that. How do we balance this? So let's deal with the quality time first, and then we go to the physical touch. She wants to have time, like she wants you to have time for her, spend time with her and all that. But unfortunately, work and other activities wouldn't give you that space to spend quality time with your partner. In this case, should she compromise? Should she just let it go and then be with it just as it is?
There is nothing like not finding the space to have quality time. If anybody tells you they are not finding that space, or let me say that time, I was avoiding using time for time. If they said there is no time to spend quality time with a spouse, there is nothing like that.
What is quality time?
Quality time is making maximum use of any moment you have with your spouse. Making them enjoy your company, making it productive, making it beneficial. So anytime we spend together, we discuss our lives, we discuss the future, we discuss if there are children, we discuss the children, we discuss things, or let me say future securities. Because when this life we are in, or this relationship we are in, we are not ending tomorrow. If God grants us life, me and you, we are going to live for the next 100 years and beyond. The work you are doing is limited by time. The maximum you can work will be 60, 65. If the company belongs to you, possibly 70. After 70, you may have to come home. You will spend more time home than on your work. So if you have not built that relationship, that good time, that good moments, memories that will make you to laugh with your spouse, then when you retire, you will be lonely. And that is not the time you are now coming to build good companionship. It must start from day one. From dating to the altar, through the marriage, your retirement, when the children are there, when the children have left, you must find the time. It is not necessarily a longer period, but your spouse, you have decided to be in the marriage, be in a relationship, grow together, live together as God gives you time. I know what you do. You know what I do. Possibly before we even married. Okay. So I will not come and interfere in your career. I will not come and be a nuisance in building a good future. Because whatever we are doing now is to secure our future. And whatever we are doing now, either whether the man or the woman, is for the joy of the family. Don't forget that. I wake up in the morning, I prepare well for my daily activities and go out there and deliver and come back home with a reward because of my family. Sometimes the reason why you are asking for overtime and extra hours of work is to give your family a comfortable life. But you giving them a comfortable life should not break that moment of binding and knitting together. Because every moment I spend with you must make us better, must make us enjoy each other, and must bring us closer and closer, not only in sexual activity, but also to understand your dreams and visions, for you to also understand mine and know that we are on the good path together. So quality time is making maximum use of any moment you spend together. That by the time I'm leaving you to attend to other duties and other activities, there is joy in your heart that you have found some solution, or you have advanced in ideas in life just by our conversation, just by our spending time together. It should be productive. You understand? So quality time does not necessarily mean the length.
Okay.
But being there for you. Because sometimes we stay at home the whole day, but we are not there for each other. We become busybodies. We are home, but we are still talking to the outside world. We are home, but we are not connected to the house. we are still connected to them. No, I'm not asking for you staying at home all the time, but I'm asking for quality time where I have something to share with you. There is a dream I had. There is an idea that has dropped in my spirit for the betterment of our relationship and our family. Do you have the time for us to talk about it? Give me the encouragement to move on. I want to further my education. I want to adventure into new areas in my career. I want to change jobs, and I want to talk to you about it. Those are the quality times we are looking for, but not just staying at home and watching TV all the time, reading newspaper and speaking on phone. And I cannot even get your attention. With other people, I cannot even get your attention.
If you even do it with me,
good.
I will consider that
good
quality time.
Good.
Imagine you're always working. You wake up early in the morning, you go to work, you come back, you take your shower, you just eat your food, you sleep. No words of affirmation there. Then quality time, so you won't even
the words of affirmation.
No touching. You even hold my hand, watch the TV with me, discuss how your days went. You just go and sleep, and it continues for years on years on years. You are now roommates, strangers. So quality time can be as simple as just watching your favorite TV show together, talking about your dreams, hope and aspirations. You want to switch jobs, and then you tell your husband, oh, honey, this job, I'm tired. I want to look for something better to do. I want to go to school, get my master's, and then apply for somewhere else where I can earn better. Words of affirmation also come in play. While spending quality time together, he is also encouraging you and telling you that, oh yeah, I think it's a good idea. You are really smart. So I think that if you want to take a course in oil and gas, you make a lot of money. So you see, they work hand in hand. So if someone tells you that they can't give you words of affirmation, just words of affirmation, you will not be balanced in other aspects. Even quality time, you'll be lacking. And then physical touch.
In a situation, we'll come to the physical touch, but in a situation where you are not getting the quality time, like somebody, your partner should be there, you should be able to share things with. But unfortunately, he is not making himself available, or she is not even making himself available to even create like 2 minutes. He or she comes home and it's, I'm tired, let me go to bed. Early morning, everybody's dressing up, they leave. There is no time for anything. And then you begin to find that outside.
There's a problem with that. You know, that's, you see, when you are when you are going to marry, or at the altar, before you exchange the vows, you are told not to enter into marriage unadvisedly, but enter into it thoughtfully, reverently. You understand? Tomorrow, I'm going to be with you. What we should understand is that the person you are going to join together in marriage is going to spend more time with you than those outside. Secondly, there is nobody that cares for you that much than your partner. So if you don't have time for your partner, but you have time for outsiders,
because
and
outsiders,
people, please, tomorrow, when you are alone in bed, they will not come and take care of you.
Yes.
I will take care of you. You understand? And that is what we should know. Even the children, they will leave us at some point in time.
Yeah.
And when they leave us, they will go and enjoy. You see, I was telling a lady that, see what your dad has made you to be. Your dad has built your life, paid all the fees, giving you the best of education, opening the best of opportunities to you. But the fruits that is yielding is your husband and children are enjoying it. You understand?
Yeah.
Thank you. So imagine your father did all that for you, but did not invest a bit of it in your mother. Today, they are left alone. What will he get in return?
Nothing.
Because all that he invested in you, another man, by words, has taken you, and he is enjoying it. So in as much as I invest in my children, I invest in my family members and outsiders, I must invest more in my partner. So I will enjoy the returns later. You understand? Yes. Please, let's not say we are not finding the time. Let's not say we are too busy. Because the busy will come to an end, whether it is for your job or it's for people out there. Please, tomorrow, if you don't give what they want, you are not the attention. And let's know that we'll always be judged by what we can give. Now we have all the energy to earn and to touch lives out there. Tomorrow, if you don't give them what they need from you, they will judge you. They will call you other names.
Yes.
But your spouse will always be your spouse. You understand?
Yeah.
So find the time. Give quality care. Give the best of support. Build her the way you want to see her tomorrow. Build him the way you want to see him tomorrow. Because it is for your enjoyment. If you don't make me what you want to enjoy tomorrow, then what if you get what you did not invest in tomorrow? You don't complain. And that is where sometimes then people are looking outside. No, there is nothing outside. The best is inside.
You're getting everything that you need. Like
You are not getting. You know, it's pretense.
It's pretense.
Yes, no.
So in a situation
Outside, we are
you
not
are
getting.
already in it.
Good. Yeah.
But unfortunately, some are just so stubborn and so hard that they're just not ready to change.
It is for your detriment
Then
tomorrow.
maybe in the beginning, like he said,
Do you have to
didn't
step out?
enter the marriage advice?
No, no.
You
Is
didn't
that
listen.
thoughtfully?
Yes, you didn't
Yeah,
enter.
but at the end of the day, you know, there are people in the relationship, they can give you the world.
Yeah.
Tie the knot with them, and then they show you their real character. They will never reveal it to you whilst you're dating.
Yeah.
So in a situation that you're already in the marriage and you're
Yeah.
seeing all of these things,
Okay.
unfortunately, he or she is not ready to, is not making any effort
Efforts.
to change,
Okay.
to make things better.
Okay.
Do you leave?
You don't leave. I don't encourage you leaving. But you see, the worst that it will be for the partner is for your spouse to find an alternative to you. Alternative not in another person, but to find an activity or life improvement thing to do.
Reverend, if you do that, that means you're virtually growing apart.
Yes.
Good.
From your partner.
You can't come out of the marriage.
Yeah, so at the end of the
Look,
day, you grow and like the retirement.
we have children.
You
You are
even,
not-
that is
you-
why people, I believe that's why people even
marriage
divorce
becomes
you-
a
after
transaction.
30, 40
Good.
years. They
You
want
are
to-
not, you
Yes.
see, and we are not also looking at your partner being too bad. He or she may not be speaking other love languages, but he may be good in other aspects too. But we need a comprehensive language at home for our children to learn, not be one-sided by us. Do you understand? So, if you don't do it, I will not leave the marriage. But I will do something that will fill that space and vacuum. You understand? That is why some people go to the extent that if you are not talking to me, okay, I'll be reading. I will read to improve my life, to make my life better. But the danger for the other person is that after all is said and done and we are alone, I have advanced, I have improved, I have found an alternative to you, but you don't have an alternative to me. So now we are old, we are in our 60s. I have the hobby of reading, and I read to be current, I read for excitement, I read for knowledge, I read to grow. You have not developed an activity that will occupy that space where you will need me. So now you need me to fill a certain vacuum with a love language, whether it is words of affirmation, touch, or something, and you are not getting because you did not encourage it. And at that time, when you were so busy with other things, you thought it was not necessary or it was not needed. Now you need it, and you are not getting. You understand? So whatever I am being encouraged to learn, it is not for the other person. It is for both of us. You understand? You help me. The Bible says, iron sharpeneth iron.
Yeah.
So does a man's countenance. So if your countenance is telling me, if your countenance is telling me to come up with something that will benefit both of us, it is not for the other person. It is, we are sharpening each other, becoming better by the day. We are becoming smoother and smoother for our own enjoyment.
Kiki,
Yeah.
will you leave the house?
Would I leave the house?
If you end up with a stubborn person who is not ready to do anything, like he's okay with whatever
so all
it
the
is.
5 languages, 5 love languages.
Not practicing
he doesn't
any.
want to practice one. He doesn't like me. He's my
But
enemy at this point because you will not.
You're already in a marriage,
and then he's not doing any of the 5.
Your favorite,
my
the
favorite.
words of affirmation, the
I'll
acts
find
of
a way
service.
to trap him, and then he will tell me that he loves me. Yes, I'll find a way, and then he would come and meet me halfway.
Yeah.
Because you can't be mute every day and going about your day. I'm not a statue.
Good.
I'm not a statue, so I'll find a way for him to come to me and tell me the things I want to hear.
Good.
Because it's very important to me.
Good.
That is how I would also love you the way you want to
Thank
be loved.
you.
If not, I'll not make your food with love. I won't put salt inside.
And if somebody else is giving it to you, Reverend says it's a pretense. What do you say?
Whilst I'm married, someone else is giving it to me.
yeah,
No, I'm not looking outside. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
No, it's not like you. It's not like you be
man.
intentional looking outside, but
Yes.
sometimes there are some friends who become best. Like they're just nice people.
Well, love language
it's still a
also
pretense.
apply to
It's
friendship.
still a pretense. There is nothing
Yes.
best outside your marriage.
And it's also applied to friendships too. Your friends can give you words of affirmation, physical touch, like hugging you and spending quality time. Let's go to the movies together.
Yeah.
Your
But
friends
unfortunately,
can
your
give
partner
you
is not
that.
giving you that.
So I'll go to my girlfriends. Like he said, you do other things to fill the vacuum. Even though he's not telling you the things you want to hear, he might be doing the acts of service. He might be buying you gifts every now and then, but you still want to hear the things you want to hear. So I'll go out. You want to spend quality time. So you go out with your friends, you catch a movie, you go do your hair, your nails. When you come home, you take your new perfume your husband has bought for you. And then when you are in your 60s and you retire, you still have your hobbies and he's there.
And you are together.
Yes.
Our time is up, so let me just get your final words. I guess Reverend's final words, and we wrap up.
Final words. I'm encouraging everybody to marry and be with people who genuinely like and care about you.
Yeah.
Ask them, share interests, make sure that you have things in common. Make sure you like the things you claim you like. Don't pretend, because marriage is a long journey. It's forever. Your job is temporary.
Good.
Some friends are temporary.
Good.
Your career is temporary, but your partner is forever. When you go to heaven one day, marriage is an institution created by God, and God will ask you.
The partner I gave to you.
Yes.
How did you treat
them well?
Yeah.
Yes. So make sure that you are marrying somebody who likes you and you like them and you treat them the way they want to be treated.
Okay.
Yes.
Reverend, your final words.
You can't fake forever. So be ready to learn. Be ready to improve.
Yeah.
And that is how marriage or relationship should be. You should always ask, you understand, how do you want it done? As I said, from the altar to the bedroom, you must always ask, how do you want it done? And do it the way your person wants you to do it. That's why I said, love your partner the way he or she wants to be loved. And you get the maximum and the best of them. Because marriage can make or unmake you. No matter the best of careers you build, in a day, your marriage can bring it down. That is why even in certain institutions, to get to occupy certain positions, you must be married. You must be responsible.
Yeah.
You must have learned certain things, because to lead a group of people, you must know love language. Some people come to work and all they want is the admiration of their hair.
Yes.
And when you just admire their hair, you get the best of them for the day. All some people want is that my boss went out and bought lunch for us.
Yes.
Do you do it for your wife? If you have learned how to do it for your wife and your family, you will know how to do it for your colleagues. You bought them lunch and it pleases and gladdens their heart. Look, when time is up and you tell them, can we stay another hour just to get this? They willingly do it. So when we talk about love language and showing affection, it is not only for you to get sex. That is when you want to do it. No, it is for the productivity and getting the best of everybody around you, even your children. You want them to perform well academically? Please, there are love languages to speak to them. Words of affirmation, hugging, touching, encouraging, gifts, being there at their PTA, being there at their speech and prize giving day. They are all love languages. They know you are happy when they do well, and you will be there for them. I tell my children something: if you don't do what I tell you to do, know that I will not do what you tell me to do. So I will do more and best for them. So they will do more and best for me. And it cuts across.
Thank you very much, Reverend and Kiki. So that has been it. Malts and Cuddles with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. We discussed love languages. I believe you have been educated. Please drop a comment. Until then, stay blessed.